point with the stools receiving royalties come under the radar of the audits of the Auditor General? Is it possible? Because it seems everyone else is audited for how they utilize proceeds of natural resources, except those of the chiefs. Even more importantly, shouldn't there be some kind of manual to govern the utilization of such royalties? Yes. So that's a question from Habib, if I got the name right. Auditor, okay. Manager. So, wait, my boss.
Okay. So, I think Prof said it. Because in the law, the chiefs, what they take is to maintain the status of the stool. And I think it's discretionary. The law is not specific what they are supposed to do with it. But then when you look at what goes into the goes to the district assemblies and the other agencies, it is clear what they have to do with it. And so and I think my senior colleague talked about the audit that we did. If you look at the percentage of the royalties that even goes to the assemblies compared with what goes to the chiefs, what I mean is meant for much development is what goes to the assembly, because they are the agents of development within their jurisdictions. And so for the chiefs, it will be very difficult for the Auditor General because it's discretionary. There are no hard and fast rules that they should do A, B, C, D with it. Yeah.
As a state, we can take a cue from the way Petroleum, the PRMA and PIAC, the PIAC structure. And we had the occasion, of course, now, due to Kudu and another versus the state. Now, now, oil revenue is going to go to the District Assembly Common Fund. I'm sure there are discussions, not discussions, official discussions, but conversations around how that kind of, because the law says that oil revenue should be used in a particular manner. Okay, so it doesn't matter where that oil revenue, for instance, goes. We believe that it has to be used according to the law. Even though the DACF also has a law that establishes it, and so I think there's some level of informal conversation. We may get to a formal level where we look at how it goes. Can we, moving on, can we also start ring fencing some of these sources of revenue? So let's say, and that broader discussion of whether PIAC, I'm not advocating for PIAC. I'm simply advocating for a situation where there's more accountability in the use of extractive, resources. So it doesn't matter whether it's PIAC, another institution, or the system as it is, but then the law being amended to now ensure that, for instance, if revenue is transferred to the assembly, this is what that revenue can be used for, and it has to be accounted for as we have, then in that case, people cannot simply pick money weekend and then go and use and come back. And I still don't know how they're able to account for some of these things. But the point is that if we can ring fence it, so you can only use it for this, and then there's a system to track some of these things, then you have no choice. In fact, if you look at Newmont, they have this NADEF structure. If you look at how the system works, it's interesting. They have what they call the Sustainable Development Committees of communities. They decide how much, of course, when money goes to the NADEF, every community is given a particular share for the year. The Sustainable Development Committee, made up of, they have a broad, decide how they want to apply the money. And then they use the assembly staff, the assembly technical staff, as technical staff. And so if somebody has to draw, they want a school and somebody has to draw the school plan, assembly, their works department will do it for free, for instance. They will be supervised by them, etc., etc. And then they build. Okay, if we can have something like that, that ring fences revenue from the extractive that goes to assembly and the rest, then maybe we may be heading somewhere.
Sorry, that's just a follow-up on what Doc was saying, Dr. Sinkran was saying. Strangely, the first presentation was on petroleum, but I know the discussion has moved a bit to mining. But just to add up to the conversation, in terms of the percentages, the royalties, it is not so. I heard the gentleman from the auditor service or audit saying that you know, in terms of development, the greater percentage goes to the district assemblies. Let me say that according to the Office of the Administrator of School Lands, it's 45% to the district assemblies, 20 to, I think, the schools, and then the 25% to traditional authorities also. Not too long ago, the NRGI did an engagement in the Pristia-Honi Valley municipality, and some of the, you know, participants were really pushing for a review of the royalty formula to ensure that the greater percentage of the royalties go to the assemblies for development, because, you know, the monies that goes to the assemblies, there's some level of accountability. But if you look at what goes to the chiefs, just like you clarified, you know, the law is not too explicit on what it is. But clearly, you know that chiefs are representatives of the people. And so even though the law may not be too explicit on what the money should be used for, you would expect that the chiefs and the traditional authorities will commute these funds into development for their people. Because at the end of the day, I am from Takwa. I was born in Takwa, but originally from Shama. And so I've lived in Takwa all my life. It is a pity that if you look at Takwa, the various chieftaincy systems we have there, and all the monies that goes to them, you know, when we talk about turning Takwa into JBEG and so on and so forth, and you don't see the resolve of the chiefs or traditional authorities to contribute to this, but think that it should entirely come from government, I beg to differ. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. You understand? And I'm very happy Dr. Obin is here, because Dr. Obin, I also know that you know, holds a very big position when it comes to traditional issues, and of course, with his knowledge and position also within the extractive sector, I'm sure some time to come he would be pushing for some of these things to happen. We want the mining areas to look like JBEG, but if so, the chiefs must be ready to.
Oh, Johannesburg.
Yes, sir. Please, I've been distracted, so I'll end my submission here.
No, okay. No, I mean, I can see clarity. JBEG. What's JBEG? You know? I thought you were going to say Jamaica. I mean, JBEG. All right, so
okay.
Obuasi wants to be like JBEG.
Okay.
Right? Okay, please.
Look, a little clarification. And I'm happy with the submission from Prof and then your good self. Because for auditors, we use the law to audit. That is our criteria. So when the law is perfected, why not? We will just use it to check what is being done. But for now, that is discretionary. We can't have a specific thing to base our argument on. And so just like Prof said, with the petroleum, things are clearer, unlike the mining. So I like the call for, revision of the policies, so that, because if they are clearer, that is where we go by. But if they are discretionary, it is difficult for us to draw our opinions or our conclusions.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Even though this is summer school, we are here to take some actionable items out to where we work. So I expect you to recommend to the government that you want to now audit the chiefs. If you don't audit them, what you can start by doing is to publicly announce how much goes to them, to the people. The law cannot allow that.
The doc.
It's only what the law allows to do that you will do.
Doc, I think one of the recommendations we made was that school lands should also demand accountability from both the assemblies and then the school, because they disburse the money. So the recommendation was that before they release any monies to either the assemblies of the school, they should also demand accountability, what they did with the previous money in the form of reporting. But I don't know to the extent to which that recommendation has been implemented. Maybe one day we may want to follow up on that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we want to say a big thank you to Michael Champon for an oil and gas lecture that turned into mining audit and chieftaincy audit. No, it is good. It's good. It's good. At the end of the day, when it gets to the extractive sector and the policies there, we can now leverage on this particular discussion and then climb up. So we're going to have a 20 minutes coffee break right now. We expect you all back here in the next 20 minutes for us to go on to the next topic. So please go and enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Hipsters of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global mega trends indicate that not only is there resource working, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other global mega trends. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Hipsters of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program is to effectively manage our waste and reduce the amount of waste that is landfill. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
Energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, Eco-Conscious Kofi,
and me, Eco-Conscious Ama,
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Cafe no conclu.
Fire at the forefront. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups, these need to be clean, and bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white bag. Napkins soiled with food can be put in the white bag too, but tissues used for hygiene purposes should be thrown in the black bag. Tissues should never be placed in the recycling bag. While napkins can be placed in the white bag, wet wipes must go into the black bag. Food soiled aluminium foil, baking paper, plastic wrap and polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Dispose of these items in the black bag, or better still, try not to use them in the first place. Other items that should go in the black bag are textiles and shoes, although these can be reused or donated if still in good condition. Used cleansing materials like sponges and floor cloths, sanitary items, animal waste and pet litter, nappies, snack packets and food wrappers made from 2 or more composite materials, for example, plastic on the outside and aluminium lining on the inside, broken ceramics and mirrors, and glass kitchenware, such as glasses and plates. Make sure that these are well wrapped so that they are not dangerous to the people handling your waste. While small ceramics and mirrors can be put in the black bag, larger pieces should be taken to a civic amenity site. Likewise, the following items: large pieces of polystyrene used for packaging, filament and energy-saving light bulbs and neon tubes, paint cans whether empty or not, unemptied spray cans, hazardous liquids like used cooking oil, engine oil, glues, disinfectants and fertilizers, furniture, kitchen and personal appliances, televisions, computers and other electronic items, and large amounts of garden waste. Batteries can either be taken to a civic amenity site or a battery collection point in your locality. For large and bulky items, you can also call your local council and ask for the free bulky waste collection service. The Don't Waste Waste website and Facebook page are full of valuable information on how to dispose properly of your waste, and more importantly, tips on how to prevent and reduce waste. Don't waste waste. Do your bit.
What are the waste problems that we find in Ghana that you all probably know?
1,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling.
Waste segregation is really important because we live in times where there's absolute resource scarcity.
What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily?
It can look beautiful for the day. Next day, when the tide comes in, it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
So it's important that we're able to reduce what we use, recycle where possible, and reduce wastage in our society.
It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result.
However, these days we refer to waste as materials in transition.
I feel it's our responsibility to educate the communities in which we work in about challenging issues.
PwC, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency and also Hipsters of Nature, is looking to pilot a waste segregation program for the Accra metropolis.
We are also helping, trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market.
Actually working with 10 primary schools in Accra to propagate this message of sanitation and recycling and waste segregation, with the hope that these children will propagate the message with their parents, their friends, and their communities wherever they live.
Work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Over the years, plastic bags has come to be used because of its low cost and it being water resistant. However, as you may all know, plastics do not decompose easily.
Yes, when we first started running this hotel, we were employing a staff of about 5 people every day to clean the beach. But we realised fairly soon in the exercise that it was fairly futile because every day a new load of rubbish would come onto the beach. And it was coming from the tide. And how it was getting there is that all the gutters and drains of Accra lead to the beach. And there's a surplus of rubbish that isn't dealt with every day. 2,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling. So there's a balance of 600 tonnes, or 600,000 kilograms of rubbish. And of course because it's not being picked up, it gets left on the streets, dumped in gutters, dumped in drains, and of course as soon as it rains it all washes out to sea. Then the tide brings it all back, so it's a perpetual problem. It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result. It can look beautiful for the day, next day when the tide comes in it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
Waste is not treated appropriately or not managed appropriately. We're going to have sanitation problems, major issues with flooding, and obviously the threat of communicable diseases like cholera, typhoid fever, and so on. So it's really important that we treat our waste properly and take it very seriously.
It's pretty much an environmental disaster happening right on our doorstep in terms of the beaches here. So I think I applaud Hipsters of Nature for having the initiative to go to schools and set up recycling programs and teaching children about the segregation of their rubbish so that things can be more easily recycled. So perhaps of that 600 tonnes of rubbish that's generated or left on the streets every day, some of it can be recycled, or a lot of it could be recycled and made into useful products rather than it just being littering the streets and eventually the beaches.
About 2,800 metric tons of municipal waste is generated every day in Accra. Now approximately 2,200 of this waste is collected. What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily? This is waste that you will see in the drains, in water bodies, in the environment, and in marketplaces and on the streets.
PwC is the world's largest accounting and consulting company, and we seek to build trust in society and solve difficult problems. And as such, we are very pleased to be part of this year's World Environment Day in Ghana.
This year we want to continue the collaboration we had with Hipsters of Nature in celebrating World Environment Day. We felt it is important, and we continue to feel it's very important for us to educate the communities we live in about the issues that affect the society. And this year, in collaboration with Hipsters of Nature, we are going to be sponsoring a program sponsored by our corporate responsibility partner, ACEP. We are going to work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle, while hoping that the students and the pupils would eventually educate their parents and the communities in which they reside, and in this in effect would be educating the leaders of tomorrow about understanding the importance of waste segregation.
We are also helping, trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market. We do a lot of recycling for especially the brewery industries, where we pick up their old broken crates from the field, from their warehouses where it cannot be used again, and then we recycle them into different aspects or different products. Plastic, it could be in the bowls, in the chairs, and even recycle that same waste again into the waste bins that we produce, because it's a non-food item. So that's the various ways that we are helping to clear the plastic waste. Also, we get broken or worn out or other replacement from our depots and other places. We all take that. We have a recycling plant. We treat, we wash it, we make sure it's safe, and then we recycle it back into the products that we do.
Some of the things that we've been doing at the hotel to assist in this is we have our own recycling project. We recycle plastic bottles, glass bottles and paper. We also are trying to find sources of things where we can recycle batteries, light bulbs, printer cartridges and the like, so that they're not adding to the problem of waste in Accra.
When it comes to Qualiplast, we believe in waste management, because the plastic that we produce is also 100% recyclable. So even the waste coming out from our product when during production are recycled, put back into production. We brought out a waste bin of two sizes, 240 liters and a 120 liters, which help with waste management. I mean, all around the world, people have stopped using various things that they used to collect waste. Now it's all about the waste bins. And the waste, when I'm talking the waste bins, you're talking different colors. Different colors means you are doing waste segregation. Plastic goes into a particular color, paper goes into a particular color, and various things. We all know what the different colors of the waste bin means.
So once you segregate your waste appropriately, each item can be treated as it should and be disposed of appropriately.
I think we need to embrace the idea of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Hipsters of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global megatrends indicate that not only is there resource scarcity, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other related issues. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Hipsters of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program? Is to effectively manage our waste and reduce the amount of waste that is landfill. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, Eco-Conscious Kofi,
and me, Eco-Conscious Ama,
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Cafe no conclu.
Fire at the forefront. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups, these need to be clean, and bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white bag. Napkins soiled with food can be put in the white bag too, but tissues used for hygiene purposes should be thrown in the black bag. Tissues should never be placed in the recycling bag. While napkins can be placed in the white bag, wet wipes must go into the black bag. Food soiled aluminium foil, baking paper, plastic wrap and polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Dispose of these items in the black bag, or better still, try not to use them in the first place. Other items that should go in the black bag are textiles and shoes, although these can be reused or donated if still in good condition. Used cleansing materials like sponges and floor cloths, sanitary items, animal waste and pet litter, nappies, snack packets and food wrappers made from 2 or more composite materials, for example, plastic on the outside and aluminium lining on the inside, broken ceramics and mirrors, and glass kitchenware, such as glasses and plates. Make sure that these are well wrapped so that they are not dangerous to the people handling your waste. While small ceramics and mirrors can be put in the black bag, larger pieces should be taken to a civic amenity site. Likewise, the following items: large pieces of polystyrene used for packaging, filament and energy-saving light bulbs and neon tubes, paint cans whether empty or not, unemptied spray cans, hazardous liquids like used cooking oil, engine oil, glues, disinfectants and fertilizers, furniture, kitchen and personal appliances, televisions, computers and other electronic items, and large amounts of garden waste. Batteries can either be taken to a civic amenity site or a battery collection point in your locality. For large and bulky items, you can also call your local council and ask for the free bulky waste collection service. The Don't Waste Waste website and Facebook page are full of valuable information on how to dispose properly of your waste, and more importantly, tips on how to prevent and reduce waste. Don't waste waste. Do your bit.
AIEI
What are the waste problems that we find in Ghana that you all probably know?
1,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling.
Waste segregation is really important because we live in times where there's absolute resource scarcity.
What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily?
It can look beautiful for the day. Next day, when the tide comes in, it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
So it's important that we're able to reduce what we use, recycle where possible, and reduce wastage in our society.
It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result.
However, these days we refer to waste as materials in transition.
I feel it's our responsibility to educate the communities in which we work in about challenging issues.
PwC, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency and also Hipsters of Nature, is looking to pilot a waste segregation program for the Accra metropolis.
We are also helping, trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market.
Actually working with 10 primary schools in Accra to propagate this message of sanitation and recycling and waste segregation, with the hope that these children will propagate the message with their parents, their friends, and their communities wherever they live.
Work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Over the years, plastic bags
Some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste
because of its
correctly.
low cost and it being water resistant. However, as you may all know, plastics do not decompose easily.
Yes, when we first started running this hotel, we were employing a staff of about 5 people every day to clean the beach. But we realised fairly soon in the exercise that it was fairly futile because every day a new load of rubbish would come onto the beach. And it was coming from the tide. And how it was getting there is that all the gutters and drains of Accra lead to the beach. And there's a surplus of rubbish that isn't dealt with every day. 2,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling. So there's a balance of 600 tonnes, or 600,000 kilograms of rubbish. And of course because it's not being picked up, it gets left on the streets, dumped in gutters, dumped in drains, and of course as soon as it rains it all washes out to sea. Then the tide brings it all back, so it's a perpetual problem. It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result. It can look beautiful for the day, next day when the tide comes in it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
Waste is not
pools and other places. We all take that. We have a recycling plant. It comes, we treat, we wash it, we make sure it's safe, and then we recycle it back into the products that we do.
Some of the things that we've been doing at the hotel to assist in this is we have our own recycling project. We recycle plastic bottles, glass bottles and paper. We also are trying to find sources of things where we can recycle batteries, light bulbs, printer cartridges and the like, so that they're not adding to the problem of waste in Accra.
When it comes to Qualiplast, we believe in waste management because the plastic that we produce is also 100% recyclable. So even the waste coming out from our product when during production are recycled, put back into production. We brought out a waste bin of two sizes, 240 liters and a 120 liters, which help with waste management. I mean, all around the world, people have stopped using various things that they used to collect waste. Now it's all about the waste bins. The waste, when I'm talking the waste bins, you're talking different colors. Different colors means you're doing waste segregation. Plastic goes into a particular color, paper goes into a particular color, and various things. We all know what the different colors of the waste bin means.
So once you segregate your waste appropriately, each item can be treated as it should and be disposed of appropriately.
I think we need to embrace the idea of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Pieces of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global mega trends indicate that not only is there resource scarcity, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other related issues. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Pieces of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program is to effectively manage our waste and reduce the amount of waste that is landfill. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, eco-conscious Kofi,
and me, eco-conscious armor
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Cafe no conclu.
Fire at the forefront. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups. These need to be clean. And bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white
Don't say
bag.
A.
Napkins
Short is very relative.
can be put in the white bag.
My
too,
short is long
but
for you.
tissues
No
used
problem.
for hygiene purposes should be thrown in the black bag. Tissues
allowed.
should never be placed in the recycling bag. While napkins
All
can
right.
be placed in the white bag, wet wipes must go into the
We
black
are
bag.
here.
Food soiled aluminium foil, baking paper, plastic wrap and
As
polystyrene bottles.
summer school students. So it's all about hearing, listening, contributing and commenting where appropriate. Our second speaker for today is going to join us virtually in the name of Richard Chinubu-Akodua, who is the Acting Director of Research and Innovation at the National Development Planning Commission, for those who know NDPC. And he's going to talk on Ghana's vision for oil and gas and mining industry, short, long term, and the role. Yes, in the role. This one I turn a rapper. From MC to rapping. All right. So the role of NDPC in shaping the execution. All right. So I know there are possible hitches, technical hitches, but in order not to waste time, because he's supposed to end his talk by 12:30, Q&A inclusive. So technical team, please, if you are ready, and if Mr. Chinubu-Akodua is online, can you say hello so we can hear you? Don't leave. I see you going to the leave page. Don't go there. So, if Mr. Chinubu, you can hear us, can we hear hello from you? And if you can share your screen for us to see the slides as well. All right, technical team, could you confirm he can hear us? Ayeka. I always experience this thing, especially in Ghana. Yes. If he doesn't come, you come and present on his behalf. Where's Ajia? Okay, you are here. Okay. All right. Mr. Chinubu-Akodua, please, can you hear us? Could you please confirm? Yeah. How many people in this house are connected to these teams? No, if only one person is okay. But if it's more than one.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Akodua, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you can also hear me.
Loud and clear. We are speaking live from Palms by Takoradi.
Thank you very much. I wanted to show my slide from here if possible, but
please go ahead.
I've also shared with the technical team. I don't know if they can project from there, but over here I'm struggling a bit to pick the slide.
Okay. So can the technical team show the slides since they have it? Is it possible? All right.
Please, can you see my slide, please?
Correct. Just put on a slide mode.
Okay.
Then we're good to go.
So I guess we are together now. Let me set it in slide mode and then we can proceed. Sorry for the hitch.
All right.
Together now?
I think there's a bit of delay. We expect to see it on the
we
slide.
Together now?
Hello? Hello, sir.
Hello, are we together now?
Yeah, it's still not on their presentation mode. Could you please switch to the presentation mode?
Okay, I think there's a bit of a lag. I've already done that here. I'm sure in a minute it would show. But thanks for, maybe whilst it does that, let me proceed with the presentation.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay, so the Commission is very grateful for the. Can I proceed, please? Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity, the Commission to interact with the session, a very important forum which brings all the stakeholders, all the players within the extractive industry to deliberate on how we could make the industry function better. And we are also grateful for the opportunity to share some perspectives on Ghana's vision for the oil and gas as well as mining industries. Can I proceed? So just a brief of the outline that we'll be going through. It's going to be a brief presentation so we can have some interactive session. We'll look at the mandate of the Commission, some current trends that have been observed, and then specifically look at the vision for the sector that is of interest to the team GovID. So we look at it from the global perspective, through the regional lens, and also at the national level. And then we can put through some conclusions. I believe for those who know the National Development Planning Commission, the institute or the agency is set up to advise the President on development planning and strategy. But there are some legal instruments and frameworks that help our work. And just before I go into the mandate, let's briefly, take a look at these legal instruments and laws that govern the space that we operate in as National Development Planning Commission. First and very important is the Parent Law, the 1992 Constitution, that all of us respond to, and the fact that we need to ensure that there is balanced development in the country to make sure that the citizens are well off and better at what they all expect from the government. But there are two provisions, acts of parliament, that set up the commission and the functions that is supposed to perform. And these are the National Development Planning Commission Act 1994, Act 479, and also the National Development Planning Systems Act 1994, which is also the Act 480. These two provisions set in place the establishment of the institution and how it functions to get its mandate through. But equally important are also the Civil Service Act 1993, which also regulates the functions of the public service institutions, all the MDAs, as you may well know them, of which many are represented here. And also at the local level, we have the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, which also regulates the functions of the MMDAs, the Municipal, Metropolitan, and District Assemblies. These are two planning authorities at the level of the national, where they deal with subject matter when it comes to the MDAs, and then also at the local government when it comes to the space that they deal in. As you all are aware, we have 261 MMDAs, and they all plan for their various jurisdictions. That is of also importance to us, especially as we delve into the extractive sector, is the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016, Act 925, and with all the relevant legal instruments that have also been passed to ensure that the space within which we conduct these assignments in terms of extractive resources are well protected.
Hello, sir.
And then,
hello.
Yeah, hello, sir. Yes, hello.
Good. We can still see your first slide. We don't see the movement.
Okay. Okay. So I'll move to the next one very shortly, but we have the Public Financial Management Act also, which is also important.
We are still on your very first page. So if you don't mind, we can share your screen. Sorry, we can share a presentation from in-house.
Okay, so do I have to pause so that you do that? Because I'm on the fifth slide now, but if you are not seeing my slide, then please.
Okay. So we heard you from slide 1 to 5, but we didn't see the slides from those slides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we will just run it through quickly here, and then we'll join you at slide 5.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so I think we can move to the slide 5. So please help me move the slides to slide 5.
Correct.
Here. Okay, so yes, yeah, thank you very much, and I hope we are all together now. Very sorry for the inconveniences, but here to share with you our mission and then the function. Please, are we together? Okay, thank you. So just to make the point that the Commission has the responsibility of advising the President, and as you can see at the top view there, on development planning policy and strategy. How we do that. Yeah, hello. 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 Hello? Yeah, please, you've shared the screen, so can I use your slides rather? Okay. Hello, I see the slide 5. So yeah, hello. Okay. Okay. I've seen it again. Are we together now? We have seen slide 5 projected. Are we together now? Okay, so I see slide 5, but I don't know how come you are able to. Okay. Yes, I've seen that you've moved to slide 6. Okay. So maybe just a bit of comments on this slide 5, which sets out the functions as set out in our mission, the functions of the commission. Before we come to this one, so we talked about the fact that we need to advise the president on development, planning, policy, and strategy. How do we do that? We conduct studies and make strategic assessment or analysis of the macro economy and structural reforms that are necessary for developing the country. We also do this in the context of ensuring that there is even development of the whole country, and given that we have districts, administrative districts set out in different spaces, different corners of the country, we need to ensure that there is balance in the development across the country. We also conduct monitoring, evaluation, and coordination of development policies, programs, as well as projects by collaborating with the relevant sectors in terms of ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the districts where especially most of these projects are implemented. But we also need to guard and protect the environment, the natural environment and the built environment. And we do this hand in hand with the respective MDAs as well as the MMDAs. So we talk of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Innovation, where EPA comes under and ensures that all projects are adequately appraised before they are implemented. And then at the district level also, in terms of structural developments, we ensure that the necessary permitting and all that are done. So yes, although we are the apex, but we work with all these institutions and agencies to ensure that there is unison in our development discourse. There are other specific functions which have also been detailed in the slide that is showing now, and I will just pick one to say that we provide advice on the format and content of development plans. And as you may know, the ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as all the MMDAs, I should say, are supposed to prepare development plans. And these development plans are well guided by a national development policy framework, which sets the tone and provides some priorities on what needs to be done at what time and by whom. Also to ensure that there is collaboration amongst the respective agencies in doing all this. And I'm setting this context just to broadly indicate, please you can move to the next slide, that the work of the commission has 3 broad facets. Advisory, whilst we interact with the Office of the President, as well as all MDAs as well when it comes to the ministries. So we advise on what it needs for, what is needful, and also regulatory in the sense that in the preparation of the development plans that are implemented by these agencies, there is some guidance, if you like, some regulation on what needs to go in and how it ought to be structured so that they are regulated in their performance. And then prescriptive also when it comes to the formulation of the plans, there is certain formatting and content. We have the development planning guidelines as well as the policy formulation guidelines, which all provide some regulation on how plans as well as policies are supposed to be structured, and then the processes that we also go through in formulating them so that you get the buy-in of all the relevant stakeholders. Please, you can move to the next slide. So here, just driving matters home a little bit for us, we see some trends and given the subject matter for this all-important forum and conference, where we discussing oil and gas, discussing mining, generally extractive sector, it's important to see how the statistics are also looking at over the last medium term from 2017 coming upwards. You see mining and quarrying and how it's been performing as far as the GDP, the gross domestic product, is concerned. In terms of percentage, it contributed 10%, 10.7, 14.2, and 11.3. So generally hovering around 12% or so, coming all the way from 2017. In terms of crude oil production, we've also seen the numbers there, and this is in respect of the oil and gas sector. So you see the units of production of oil that we have there, from 58.66 going up to 71.3, and then dropping down to 55.06. And here we know the respective agencies can speak more to this, but just to share some light on what the statistics are looking at. It goes up and then it's coming down, at least as far as from 2017 to 2021 is concerned. You look at gas production, and then you see the figures also in there, from 44,000 running down to 51,000. And then we have a shoot up in 2021 where we had 204,000. Petroleum receipts in terms of the dollar receipts from 540 and then also growing up, but it went up and then declined a little bit. So these are some of the statistics, interesting statistics that we are seeing. For mineral production, gold, diamond, bauxite and manganese, we also see some figures there. One would ask, why these trends going up and also coming down? And I'm sure that will be part of the subject matter for discussion as the specific institutions that are charged with the responsibility to manage this space would share perhaps in subsequent discussions. But if the Commission has to share the broad vision that we have, please you can move to the next slide, then we want to set it in the context of the global, where we have sustainable development goals. We want to see how we envision the extractive sector, specifically on oil and gas and also mining, how we are set or what we want to see. So the SDGs level, which is global, we want to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And I'm sure the agencies responsible for this can also attest to this. So that's the vision, where we want to get to. But when you come to the African Union, that is the AU, within the African context, because Ghana operates within a certain space, we want to move from general to the specific. So we've shared the global vision with you. We're now looking at the African vision. So for as far as African is concerned, we want our extractive sector to be as transparent, equitable, and optimal in exploiting mineral resources, which we feel underpin the broad-based sustainable growth economic development that we seek. We also supposed to ensure that there is provision of modern, efficient, reliable, cost-effective, renewable, and environmentally friendly energy production or usage by all. These are very important because Ghana doesn't live in isolation. So we want to see how we are also responding to some of the global initiatives. You can look at the Paris Agreement, which is also set. Please, you can move to the next slide. You go to the Paris Agreement, you also see a vision or a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. and it is something that as a country we also endorse. But then coming to the national level, here I'll make reference to a few documents. So when it comes to the National Energy Transition Framework, what we all have set our eyes on as we transition from the use of hydrocarbons to a more modern, effective energy usage or efficient energy usage. The idea is to develop low carbon energy resources and infrastructure to deliver clean energy in an environmentally responsive or responsible manner for socio-economic development or growth as well. So please, we move to the next slide. That's where I am already. At the national level, we subscribe to the energy transition framework, and the idea is to move from or towards a low carbon energy resource and management. And also important is the institution, the primary institution that is charged with the responsibility of managing our energy space. So we make reference to the National Energy Policy, which has been in draft, but of course we've been working towards it, and so we know what the upstream and downstream objectives or goals are. And these are to ensure that Ghana's petroleum resources are managed transparently and sustainably, especially as the upstream sector is concerned or subsector is concerned. When it comes to the downstream, it's also towards ensuring effective and efficient functioning of the downstream petroleum industry. And here I believe there are a number of institutions invited to share some perspectives on that. So now let's look at our mineral and mining policy. In the next slide, as you will find, the idea is to secure the continued development of a thriving mining industry that will contribute to sustainable economic development. So you see sustainability always coming at us, that yes, we're not going to let the resource lie idle. We will exploit, but in exploiting them, we need to do them in a sustainable manner. If you make reference to the Coordinated Program for Economic and Social Development Policies, which is the vision that the President puts in place as he or she ascends to office. And in our current dispensation, the objective or the vision is to have an optimistic, self-confident and prosperous nation through creative exploitation of our human and natural resources. So here natural resources and underlined, and operating within a democratic, open and fair society in which mutual trust and economic opportunities exist. So we can also move from that high level, the coordinated program, to the more specific, maybe time-bound, medium-term national development policy framework, which I'm sure most of you may be aware of. As we prepare long-term, long-term development frameworks, we break them down, or we break it down to medium-term, 4-year period or 4-year cycles of policy framework, which allows all sectors, all districts to prepare their development plans in respect of this. And here specifically we say that we want to promote sustainable extraction of mineral resources and ensure effective linkage of these resources to the rest of the economy. We don't want the extractive sector to be isolated, but whatever happens in there, there should be some organic linkage between that and the rest of the economy. Once again, once we have these endowments, we also ambition, we leverage, especially the oil and gas industry, because there are a lot of potentials there, as a catalyst for national economic development, while minimizing the potential environmental impact. So yes, these are highly regulated spaces, oil and gas concern, mineral extraction concern, so that we minimize any damage to the environment. And when they do, we should quickly have mechanisms in place to address them as efficiently as possible. But we also want to promote petroleum exploration and development and use of indigenous capabilities and experiences for the exploitation of petroleum resources and refinery. Here, local content, very, very important for us. We may not today have the technology and the human capacity to do it, but the idea is to, over the period, build capacities and capabilities locally so that we can do this with time. But we want to also make reference in the next slide to the National Infrastructure Plan, what we call the Ghana Infrastructure Plan. It's a long-term development framework specifically focused on infrastructure development. And here the vision is to provide reliable and robust energy infrastructure that stimulates economic growth, poverty alleviation, and general well-being of people, especially in the country. And driving it home also in our long-term development framework, we have the vision of promoting transformative mining, where we talk about rationalization of current mining activities and diversification into little known or sometimes not even known at all, because we keep discovering more opportunities and endowments within that space, while increasing the economic and social benefits to the host communities. So for instance, should there be any find in any part of the country, much as it belongs to the nation as a whole, the mission is to also ensure that the very community from which the endowment has been explored or found should benefit from that. So, you go to the next slide. We make the position that all these global, regional, and even within us as a nation, time and again, different dispensations, different administration, we have consistently looked at the medium term and sector specific development plans or frameworks that have been prepared, and we summarize these as the broad development goals or vision that we envisage for the oil and gas as well as the minerals sector in the country. That the proven reserves of oil and gas, the discovery of new fields, as well as other mineral resources that we have as a country are exploited, or we continue to play in this space to allow these resources to play pivotal role in the development of the country. That yes, these resources are very important for us, and as a country, we're going to exploit them. We need to be mindful. We need to be mindful the way to do it so that it meets, one, acceptable practices globally, regionally, and also within country, so that we will not flout the rules of engagement. But we will also use SAFE to generate the needed revenues for the country and also create jobs, opportunities, and avenues for people to get to benefit from these endowments and other ancillary investments that are needed. There are some of these in areas that once we begin to work on them, they attract the needed investment and they equally would make the economy function better. So these are the areas that we highlight. But we also make the point that the sector can serve as a basis for industrialization. And anytime a resource is found and is commercially exploited, it breeds or it generates some level of industrialization where other players come into being or come into force so that they are exploited, processed, and in the course of doing that, you can also generate the necessary jobs and job opportunities for your citizens. In doing this also, we are mindful of the establishment of the petrochemical industry and the agrochemical opportunities that exist, especially for fertilizer. We all know how important it is. And in recent times when fertilizer shortage hit us as people globally, regionally, and also in country, we saw how food production was also up. So the idea is to ensure that all these different sectors of the economy work together, joint planning whenever it becomes necessary, and also collaborate, join forces, join resources together to be able to serve the interests of the economy. And this is what, from the National Development Planning Commission, we also endorse. And as we guide sectors, as we guide districts in formulating their development plans, we are always mindful, ensuring that there is synergy between what sector A does and what sector B does, so that there is consistency in our policy space and also as we deliver development to the country.
All right.
In concluding, the next slide, we say that the role of the Commission in achieving the vision is centered in one, ensuring that we provide the advice that is needed of us. And when the advice comes, although sometimes we make the point that for advice, it is if you like that you take it, but this is very important that when the advice from the Commission comes, it is paid or is heeded. But also important is the coordination role. One sector may not necessarily be able to be open to what another sector does. And at NDPC, where we collate, where we bring all agencies together, where we in our annual progress reporting framework, we put data and analyze and bring out the recommendations. We want to ensure that these reports are taken seriously so that we can coordinate our efforts, we can work together to ensure that we all move in a common space. And monitoring and evaluation is very, very important, as well as research. And so, whilst we use our various monitoring and evaluation tools, including research, analysis, and policy briefs, we expect that agencies and MMDAs will respond adequately or positively to these findings so that together we can build a sustainable nation for ourselves. With these few comments, let me pause here and thank you for your attention for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. I think your very last slide. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, but you couldn't see us. We were all standing and clapping for you. You had a standing ovation. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I personally learned a lot. I didn't know about your existence, to be honest with you. And when I saw the NDPD, I saw it was Nigerian Department of Petroleum Commission. No, it was Ghana, whatever. So I've learned a lot from you, and you have answered my question, as a matter of fact, with the very last slide. So Bemwachi is here. He's very happy that he heard your voice today. And not only him, everybody is happy. Ajia is also here. She's very happy. So we have a few questions for you. If you have a question, prompt me if anybody drops a question on the virtual mode. And if anybody has a question here, please raise up your hand. Since he wasn't here at the introduction stage, you mention your name, the company you are representing, and if possible, your date of birth, so that you address the question. Why are you laughing? Why are you the moderator?
Hi, Doc. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Oh, yeah, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Doc. My name is Harrison Ayim. My My question just hinges on the last slide he had presented. I just wanted to find out from him if in deploying their M&E tool, does the NDPC think that the use of revenues from petroleum is in the right direction? And if yes, why? If no, why?
So both areas, why? All right. Mr. Chinebu, can you please answer that question? Then we go for the second one.
Okay, let me just confirm whether I got him right. That does the Commission see the revenues being generated from the oil and gas sector in the right direction? And if yes, why? If no, why? Is that the
correct for 10 points?
Okay. Right. So I think from even the few data that we presented up to 2021, we realized that it's not been stable. It increases and it goes down again. And I'm sure there are some technicalities relating to this in terms of the volumes of production that we are experiencing, but also given that sometimes there are price variations, price changes, which also may place us at a disadvantage. So there are two levels in there: the volumes of production, which sometimes are technically influenced, and also given the global turbulence, sometimes the pricing also doesn't work in our favor, and so we may not have too much control in there. So that is one weakness. The other weakness could also be sometimes the type of agreements and contracting that we go into, especially when you are not at a favorable position to really demand what you deserve. You may not get exactly what you want, and so there are all these dynamics that are influencing the kind of benefits that we are getting. But that is the power of monitoring and evaluation. It is good that we know what is happening, and it's not just on the financials, but also to understand the dynamics. And I'm sure our friends from the ministry and also the technical units like the commissions that are related to these areas to share some findings with us. When you look at the Minerals Commission, Petroleum Commission, and all the other related agencies, they would have the specific facts and they will be able to share what needs to be done.
Richard, please, which ministry are you referring to? Finance or energy?
Sorry?
Which of the ministries are you referring to?
Which of the
ministries? Is it finance or energy? Because we have reps here. They will answer us right now.
No, I'm sure. No, not energy per se, but for instance, Petroleum Commission, because they look at the upstream and then they know what the
I asked because you mentioned the ministry. That's why I was asking.
But then the last bit, which has to do with whether we are even applying the funds in the rightful space, making good use of the funds. There are regulations on the use of the funds that are received from our natural resources, and the reports are there. There are times that we've seen that given to exigencies of the time, we may not have applied them where they are supposed to be, but it's all about prioritization, and sometimes when the need arises, you may have to look at what you need to apply the funds on so that you can get the necessary benefits from it. It's a collective function and something that as a nation we can all look through together to see how we get the best.
Okay, thank you so much. We shall move on to the second question.
Yes.
And then move on if possible.
Hello.
Okay, so we have a rep from Ministry of Finance who wants to comment on what you said. So let's listen to him.
Okay.
TK.
No, for now he's not TK. For now he's Chinebu Akodua.
In fact, I should even make this clear. We're supposed to cap GMPC by the earmark funds law. We are supposed to cap GMPC. We haven't capped GMPC. Technically speaking, we haven't capped GMPC. So technically speaking, no, we haven't capped GMPC. We don't cap GMPC because of the $500 million. No, we didn't cap GMPC. We didn't cap them.
Hello.
No. We never capped GMPC. We're only saying that. They said we owed a certain amount of money, and we said, okay, we're supposed to cap you.
Christy, do you have GMPC here to confirm that they've been capped or not?
GMPC has never been capped. I can tell you on authority. GMPC has never been capped.
Oga, authority has spoken.
Yes, GMPC has never been capped. What happened was that they said we owe them some money, and we said that, okay, we are actually supposed to cap you, but we haven't. So you know what? This is the cap amount. This is the value of the cap amount. So take it and use that to balance. And no.
Okay,
it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
It's English.
It's not the same thing. It was in any case. It was a one-time event.
Okay.
It was a one-time event. We've never capped GMPC.
All right.
Please.
This one will go into
a bit of clarification.
Okay,
please.
so this particular one will go into the panel discussion. After lunch, after eating my banku, they will handle that one. Now I'm a bit hungry, so otherwise I'll fall down. What is that? Hold on. We'll go back stage and we'll call GMPC about this captain, and we'll come back to you. So let me ask the last question.
Thank you. What's this feedback? So, Mr. Sriniwakudia, if you can hear me. Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Good. So, per your presentation, you are saying that the mission and functions of the NDPC are broken into advisory, regulatory, and prescriptive. And you went on to speak to that. Now, I would like to find out from you, per your own assessment, I mean, within the period that the NDPC has existed, do you think that your work, the work that you do, has been relevant in terms of, its application to the various sectors that, your work is supposed to cover in terms of the extractive? Thank you very much.
Very straightforward. Please, the question is yes or no? Okay.
Okay, so it's almost like asking the commission to score itself. So definitely the response would be yes. It's been relevant because so far from the time that we've been exploiting, although we may not have hit all the targets envisaged, we have made progress. When you talk of the legal instruments that regulate the industry, the extractive industry, some progress, and I would say good progress has been made, but we keep revising, and this will not be entirely for NDPC. As we indicated, we work with all the respective and relevant institutions, civil society included. I won't put them aside at all, but sometimes even the identification and the pressure that civil society would get in identifying certain quote-unquote anomalies and draw attention so that it is resolved, all makes that more informed, so that going forward we can correct some of the challenges that we have experienced. On the environmental side, I would say that perhaps there is more to be done, and we are looking at how going forward we can deploy technology to be able to minimize the adverse impact that we have experienced in some of the subsectors within the extractive sector. Galamsey is something that has hit all of us. Efforts are underway to resolve them. We haven't gotten there yet, but I'm sure going forward with the collective efforts of everyone, we'll be able to make good strides. So that is how I'll put it, but I'm sure the specific sectors will also indicate where we have made good progress and where we have faltered, so that together we can tighten the knots and be able to get better results.
I agree with you. Yeah, you are correct. You are correct. I agree with you. You have answered the correct answer very, very correctly. So thank you so much once again on behalf of everybody sitting here, and we acknowledge your presence virtually. We believe you did justice to the topic, and we appreciate your time so much. All we say is God bless you and keep you safe.
Thank you very much also for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Time will not permit us to ask you more questions, but then please let's clap for our dear brother who joined us virtually for that wonderful presentation.
Yeah, more questions.
No, there are more questions. Even me, I have a question, but I couldn't ask because of the time.
I'm sure any further comments can be put online, and as we are participating, we'll find a way to use the chat or even on our website, NDP, so that we can respond to them. Thank you very much.
I'll let it to you right now. All right. So without wasting my time, we have spent 20 minutes of Mr. Callisto's time. So Mr. Callisto's Nero, as soon as you take the mic, please tell us the meaning of Nero and where it is coming from. And you are going to talk on the current status of affairs in Ghana's extractive industry. Please, let's clap for our dear brother.
Good afternoon. Reverson may have to visit my grandfather in his grave for the meaning of Nero. Yeah, so my presentation is on the current state of affairs of Ghana's petroleum or upstream industry. And to make you appreciate where we are now, I'll give you a brief history of our exploration, or of course the exploration in Ghana. Go to the next slide. Mark has dealt substantially, no, not this one, outline. Mark has dealt substantially with the second bullet point. He spoke at length on the legislation. And so I will also mention something brief about the framework, institutional framework, and then the current developments. Next slide.
Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide.
Hydrocarbon exploration in Ghana dates back to the 19th century, when some foreign explorers came into the country and drilled wells in the onshore Tano Basin, where they saw seepages of oil and gas. Seeing the seepages, they thought there were hydrocarbons accumulations beneath them, and so they drilled without geological knowledge of the area and without guidance of seismic data, and so all the wells were dry. However, they did not give up. There was continuous exploration, though intermittently, and then in 1967 they shifted focus from onshore to offshore. They became interested in the continental shelf, the shallow portions of our offshore basins, which led to the discovery of the Salpon field in 1970 by Signal Amoco Consortium. They also the volumes were so small, so they sold off to another company, which also sold off to another company, and that company developed the discovery and began production in 1978. Later, our own GNPC came on board. I think around 2000, they partnered with Lushan to continue exploration, but the volumes were just too small. I think at the point they were producing around 400 barrels a day. That was so small, so they had to give up. And there was a government directive, I think in 2016, for the field to be decommissioned. And GNPC last year commenced the decommissioning process. And as we speak, they are almost done. They've plugged and abandoned 6 wells and now are dismantling the Mr. Louis platform where the production was taking place. Now in 1983, GNPC was set up. And the following year, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Law was established. That is PNDC Law 84. From then on, exploration became more planned and sustained because there was some regulatory guidance. And so we had so many independent companies coming into the country to do exploration. And then between 2001 and 2007, we had the likes of Cosmos, Tullow, ENI, Hess coming to license various blocks. And Cosmos eventually made the Jubilee discovery in the West Cape 3 Points block in 2007. And in 2010, production commenced in the block. Following that, the Tullow, as I often make that mistake, Tullow and its partners also made the 10 discoveries, that is Chunimbua and Uraintome discoveries in the Deepwater Tunnel contract area, and also brought it to production in 2016. Within the same, so the discoveries were made between 2009 and 2011. Within the same period, ENI and partners also made the Sankofa Jinyami and Sankofa East discoveries and brought it on stream in 2017. And from 2011 to 2013, Hess also made the Pecan Almond Beach and then Pecan North discoveries. In fact, there are about 7 discoveries in this contract area, but some of them are not commercial. These are the commercial ones. They made this discovery and then sold off in 2018 to Aker Energy. Aker this year, just a few months ago, also sold to Africa Finance Corporation Equity Investment. So they are now the champions on this block. They've appointed Pecan Energies Ghana Limited as the operator of the block. The good thing is that the plan of development, so the beach, Almond, Pecan, the discoveries in the Deepwater Tunnel Cape 3 Points contract area have not been developed yet. Just last month, 27th June, the plan of development for Pecan was approved. That means the onus now lies on the contractor to commence the development of the field. And we are expecting first oil by 2026, September 2026. About 80,000 barrels will be produced by then. Next slide. So development, as I said, Mark has dealt substantially with this one. Prior to the discovery of Jubilee, the Petroleum PNDC Law 84 was the law regulating the industry. And then GNPC was also, if I'm wrong, correct me, but to the best of my knowledge, GNPC was the only state institution in the oil business at the time, upstream. And so GNPC was playing a dual role of regulator of the industry, and it also held the commercial interest on behalf of the state, which it still does. So at the time, the Income Tax Act was also available. So based on these 3 laws, the Model Petroleum Agreement was developed to serve as the basis for negotiations of petroleum contracts. But following the discovery of Jubilee, this was way substantial because Salt Pond was producing about 5,000 barrels. That was so low. And then Jubilee came on stream. Jubilee, the discovery was made, and several other discoveries were made subsequent to Jubilee. So our industry had evolved. There was a massive change, and something needed to be done. So the state realized that to have control of the industry and to manage our resources very well, there was the need for us to enact more regulations or improve on the existing ones. So the Petroleum Commission Act established the Petroleum Commission to become the regulator of the upstream industry. So it took away that regulatory authority that GNPC had, and GNPC was left with only the role of the commercial interest holder on behalf of the state. And there was also the need to deepen transparency, predictability, and progressiveness of our regulations, the legal, regulatory, and fiscal frameworks. There was that need in order to attract more investors. So the PNDC Law 84, which was the governing law at the time, was also repealed and replaced by the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 2016, Act 919 in 2016. And based on this act, for the first time in Ghana, we held a competitive licensing round to award or license blocks. This was in 2018-2019. 3 blocks were taken to the market. 2 were taken. We received 2 bids for 2 of them. The 3rd one received no bid. We commenced negotiations with the qualified bidders until sometime this year. I mean, the process was just taking too long, so we had to put the negotiation on hold to re-strategize. So following following the enactment of 919, the Petroleum General Regulations were also enacted, and several other regulations, including the local content and local participation regulations, HSSE regulations, so many of them, and guidelines to streamline how the industry would be run. And so these complemented the 1992 Constitution, which was already in existence, and the PNDC Law 84, PNDC Law 64, which established the GNPC. So under the local content and local participation regulations, the objective was to increase the participation of indigenous and indigenous companies in oil and gas exploration. And that is why in one of the sub-regulations, an equity participation of at least 5% is reserved for indigenous companies in every petroleum agreement. So since 2016 till date, all the petroleum agreements we have signed have an indigenous company in there holding at least, well, they're supposed to hold at least 5%. But we know the situation, a lot of them don't have the money to do exploration. So the law also gives the minister the right to revise that. If it's just too much for a company to bear, he can review that downwards to enable the an IGC participate in oil and gas exploration. Now, so these are the existing laws. So many of them, you can find a lot of them on the Petroleum Commission's website. All the regulations governing the industry are on the Petroleum Commission's website. So we go to the other current developments. So currently we have 14 petroleum agreements. We have 14 petroleum agreements. 3 of them are in production. 1 is the Pecan one, which is under development now, and then 10 are in the exploration phase. So the 3 producing fields currently produce about, just last week, the Jubilee Southeast project came on stream. And those of you who are following, they are saying they will produce about 30,000 barrels a day. And so that would take production of Jubilee to over 100,000 barrels a day. Now, if you add production from 10 and Sankofa Jinyami, that will take our production to almost 150,000 barrels a day. In terms of gas, we are producing about 700 mm SCAF a day, both associated and non-associated. And of this, about 300 mm SCAF is exported to the gas processing plant in the onshore receiving facility. Okay, I mentioned this earlier. The Pecan POD has been approved, so development is next. 3 discoveries are being appraised. The Akoma Airbound and Aprokuma 1X discoveries in the West Cape 3 points, no, in the Cape 3 points Block 4, operated by ENI, are being appraised at the moment. We've made over 40 oil and gas discoveries since 2007. Decommissioning of the Salpon field is near completion. Yes, recently the Petroleum General Regulations were amended to now make it possible for companies to undertake exploration in a development and production area under the same petroleum agreement. Before the amendment, this couldn't happen. Companies could undertake exploration, but based on a new petroleum agreement. So the likes of Talu, if they wanted to do exploration within their development and production area, they would have to sign a new petroleum agreement with government. But following the amendment, that can now happen under the existing petroleum agreement. This is because we want to fast track the exploration and exploitation of our hydrocarbon resources. This one takes away the time that would be spent negotiating with companies for PAs. But then there is also some measures in there to ensure that government benefits. So such activities will be ring-fenced. The cost of the new exploration work will have to be set aside from the existing discoveries. And then revenues coming from these ones will also be dealt with separately. they cannot use, the companies cannot use revenue from the existing discoveries to fund these ones. So there's some ring fence in there, and GNPC, there's also an opportunity for the state to increase GNPC's stake in the additional activities that will be undertaken. The Model Petroleum Agreement has also been reviewed, but it is yet to be submitted for parliamentary approval, so I wouldn't want to go into the details. Basically, it is the physical terms that have been worked on to make them more flexible and to attract more investors into the country, looking at the signs of the times. We've also amended the local content and local participation regulations to allow channel partnerships or strategic alliance. Channel partnerships, I am not a business person, I'm sure I'll try to explain it. Channel partnerships will allow indigenous companies to market or sell products of foreign companies in country without the foreign companies having to incorporate in Ghana. Before the amendment, they would have to incorporate in Ghana and give the indigenous companies at least 10% equity. But in this case, it's been flexed, but the Petroleum Commission will have to monitor the process, will assess the process, and be sure that this will lead to capacity building for the indigenes. Next slide. The Petroleum Commission is also working assiduously to acquire more data on our offshore basins. Data is of essence when it comes to the upstream business. You have to, that would be a stepping stone for investors to come into the country. And so the Petroleum Commission has signed several multi-client agreements to acquire 3D seismic data to further de-risk our basins and attract investors into the country. GNPC has also acquired 2D data, seismic data, over the entire Voltairean basin. Currently, they are doing infill. You know, 2D, the lines might be too wide, and so you are likely to miss the structures that may be between the two lines. So they are now trying to narrow down the spaces to further understand the basin, as Mark said earlier, to establish the petroleum system, and thereafter proceed to, I mean, they are thinking about drilling anyway, but further activities might have to take place before they will drill. Yes, we have currently one gas processing plant, which is being managed by Ghana Gas. Revison in the coming days will shed more light on this. And plans are underway to construct a second GPP. There are, of course, pipelines to transport gas from the onshore facilities to the offshore facilities to onshore and then to consumers. The gas master plan is also under review at the moment. We're trying to expand the gas market and gas infrastructure. And so we are looking at all the options to ensure we monetize our gas resources. We've learned a number of lessons. He talked about Sankofa, the Springfield and ENI issue, the unitization. I mean, a ministerial directive was issued to the two to unitize the fields. But as we speak, ENI and Vitol have taken the matter to international arbitration. And then I think towards by next week, the first arbitration hearing will commence in France. And so the Petroleum Commission has decided to develop unitization guidelines, which will guide all the companies in the future to forestall the situation we currently find ourselves. We are also developing decommissioning guidelines. There are also issues there. Some of the companies think GNPC should contribute towards decommissioning of the fields. Government thinks GNPC should not contribute. So we're also coming out, the PC is also coming up with guidelines to advise companies going forward. POD submission processes, those who are familiar will agree with me that there are times the process is just too long. It takes too much time meeting companies, rejecting their PODs, asking for review. So we are also developing POD preparation and submission guidelines to guide companies prepare their PODs and shorten the approval process. Next slide. Yes, the Commission is also adhering to its role to develop local capacity. And so they have an agreement with the Alberta Institute of Technology in Canada to train tutors in the technical universities in pipe welding and fabrication, pipe fitting, mechanical and electrical engineering. And these people are expected to train people in Ghana when they come back, so that we don't have to go to Canada every time. Over 10 people have been trained already. If you were at a localization workshop, I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, you would have, some of them came up to testify to the process. We also have a welding bureau or an institution of welding in Ghana now through the efforts of the Petroleum Commission to give indigents or equip indigents with international certification in welding and fabrication, such that they can work in the oil and gas industry in other countries. The challenge is that if you don't have this certification, even the oil companies in Ghana are likely not going to employ you. They won't want to take that risk. But with this, they can work here and beyond. So these are some of the, I think that's it. These are some of the developments I want to touch on. We are doing, the Commission and the Ministry are still working every day to promote our sedimentary basins. At the beginning of the year, we went on several road shows. There's some positive feedback, but at the right time, we will declare what has happened. And then, yeah, I won't mention it. Thank you.
So, there was a question that Ben and I were discussing, and I want to put it. It may not be you who have to answer, but for everyone to also understand. The first phase of Jubilee, media reports estimate that it cost about $1.1 billion to develop. Even though there were reports that the overall project, Jubilee, first phase, the 2009 one, the very first one, there were some further investment. I think the total investment that some people had projected was about $4.4 billion. But we know that the first phase was 1.1 billion, and then there was an additional 1 billion for the west or east. And that gave us around 70 to 80,000 barrels. At some point, it even went up. Now, Jubilee has invested $4 billion, which is going to give us only 30,000 barrels. That is our question. Did government really audit that particular $4 billion investment cost? 30,000 barrels in addition, which is what he said, a day in addition. And it's going to cost us $4 billion. $4 billion, that's the investment Jubilee said they are going to invest. The investment they made, $4 billion, is going to only give us 30,000 barrels a day in addition. And now we are asking whether government really audited that particular $4 billion that for the Jubilee itself.
So, hello? Am I heard on this one? Hello?
Yeah, so they already started bombarding you.
I expected that.
Yeah.
No, I cannot answer.
Hello? Order. Please, I'm back. Are you okay? The question will be handled by Callistus. It can be referred to those online. I mean, those from GMPC and MPC. But whatever you know about it, you can tell us.
No, I don't know anything about it. You may refer it.
For us, I think this is something that we all here are either accountable institutions, media, or government institutions. I think for the good of Ghanaians, this is a company saying that we are investing this amount. We understand COVID may have led to some increase in service provision in the oil and gas sector. But $4 billion to generate only 30,000 barrels.
For how long?
It doesn't matter how long it is.
It does.
No, listen. So the first phase of Jubilee, the 1.1 gave us about $70,000. The 2.1 gave us 30,000 barrels. 4 billion to generate only 30,000 barrels. For how long? It doesn't matter how long it is. It does. No, listen. So the first phase of Jubilee, the 1.1 gave us about $70,000. And remember, this money will be deducted from your money.
Sami?
Yeah. No, all those things, we are not saying government have not done any work. We are just behaving as if we are laymen. When you were starting, you have invested incrementally 1.1, 1 billion, and I think some other monies you've invested. That gave you, at some point, Jubilee was even almost 90,000 barrels a day. Now you are adding only 30,000 and you are investing more than the initial investment you made. That's what we are asking. Couldn't that particular 4 billion, should we allow, if it was not going to generate additional 70,000? That's what we are trying to ask. Yeah. That is $4 billion. You are going to IMF for 3 billion. And that investment, if allowed, could probably be recouped in less than 8 years. That 4 billion is likely to be recouped in less than 8 years. That's the question we are trying to ask. We believe that it may be too costly to generate 30,000.
Actually, it's a fair question, okay? It's a fair question. How many wells are you drilling? I mean, at least we have an average cost of deep water wells now, based on historical or even, you understand? Yeah, deep water. Which one? Jubilee? Jubilee is not shallow. It's deep. It's deep. I said deep. I didn't say water. Please. I said it's deep water, but it's not shallow water. Okay, yeah. And at least we know how much it will cost. If there is any additional manifolds and umbilicals to buy, you know, I mean, how much it costs for the SPSs. But you know, you and I will talk separately, okay, about this at lunch break. So I'll sit close to you and I'll tell you some of the things that's costing this amount of money. Some of them, not all of them, okay? No. I can't. No, I can't.
Then we'll also buy you doing lunch break.
Please, come closer. So please, any other question apart from incremental revenue and incremental flows? Prof, please, very short, because it's almost lunchtime. Come here.
Yes, sir. Ministry, you are the policy, the policy making wing of the state on. Yes. Now, if I ask you now, what's the state of local content participation in oil and gas? Would you be able to tell me?
I, as an individual, would not be able to, but the information is available. The Petroleum Commission can easily deal with this one.
Yeah, so I'm drawing at, and even if I ask this question, local content, various dimensions, okay? Now, my question is that, why is it not that me as a Ghanaian, I can go to a website, the website of a public Ghanaian institution, and then get reports on local content participation, and, for across the country? Why can't I do that? So this one is policy. Why should I not be able to go to a website, a public website of a public institution in Ghana, and get the full report of local content participation in, let's say, Petroleum in Ghana? Why can't I do that?
Prof, your question is noted. I have noted it. I will communicate to the appropriate authorities.
I hope they
to ensure, because yes, it shouldn't be hidden. I agree with you. It shouldn't be hidden information, because even production figures and all that are on our websites. So it is something that can be done. It's not a big deal.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for bringing that question.
All right.
See you at lunch break.
So my question. Yes. Right, my name again is Samuel Esidudia from Reservoir Management Group. I have a question on channel partnership. If you could let me have eye contact with him. Yes. I want to know currently what is the full state, or what is the definition of the channel partnership, and how is it being implemented? Because like Dr. Rivison always say, we have the policies, but we are not good at implementing them. We have software companies that are selling directly to operators, and then even the NOC in Ghana, yet there is no plan. Perhaps the channel partnership seek to address that. But what is it that we have there as a regulator to ensure that the local companies in Ghana fully participate in this channel partnership, and then they're able to draw the experience in the usage of this software?
The Petroleum Commission has a database of all the companies, foreign and local. When contracts come up, the Petroleum Commission links the foreign companies or the EMP companies with the IGCs, the indigenous Ghanaian companies, and ensures that due process or a fair process is used to award the contracts. So I am of the view that the Commission is on top of this when it comes to local content development. Regarding the definition of channel partnerships, I'll refer you to the amendment local content regulations. Go onto the Petroleum Commission website, you will find it there, download it and read. The definition is there.
Right, but again, on the enforcement, is the Commission doing to ensure that especially for software companies, what are we doing to monitor that they do not sell directly to the operators or to even the NOC like GMPC?
Is your company registered with the Petroleum Commission?
Yes, and I'm actively having...
yes, so once you have that permit to operate in Ghana, then the Commission will definitely link you up with any company that needs your services. If that is going to be done, if the contract will be done in an illegal way, you can't blame the Commission if they are not able to intervene. But if the companies will go through the right processes, the Commission will ensure that the right person is given the job.
Right, I'm handing over the microphone, but if you could still touch base on what is the Commission doing to these software providers who sell directly in the Ghanaian market. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this will have this question has to go to Petroleum Commission.
Yes.
I don't know if Calypso has a direct arrangement or work in line with PC.
I've also noted his question, so
yeah,
I will relay it to PC.
What I want to do is, Christina, there will be follow-up question that Minister of Energy has to bring to the committee seated here. Yeah, so we will give you 1 week. 1 week to bring answers to the question that he has taken notice of. Otherwise, we will hold you responsible. All right, thank you. There's a follow-up question. No, there's a question here.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. If I got you right, towards the end of your presentation, you mentioned that when it comes to decommissioning, there are discussions going around that as to whether GNPC should contribute. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The contractors think that GNPC should contribute.
Yes. So I want to know if, like, a foreign company comes to develop a field, and then at the point of decommissioning, they are asking GNPC, which is a state institution, to contribute to decommissioning. On what basis should that happen?
Yes, so this is what it is. You know, GNPC has, from the production stage, GNPC is expected to contribute to production if they are only holding a carried interest, because the contractor carries GNPC through exploration and development, but in production they have to contribute towards production. So their argument is that if you are contributing towards the production of the resource, then why will you back off when it comes to decommissioning, returning the area to its natural state? That's the argument. But it is also enshrined in law that GNPC, in the agreements, I think GNPC should not contribute. What I think is the issue is clarity. Maybe the law is not clear enough, and that is why these disagreements are coming. And that is why we are developing the decommissioning guidelines to rectify all the ambiguous issues pertaining to that.
Thank you. Hello. So I have a question. I just want to find out if you have any update on the field that has been abandoned by ExxonMobil.
Yes, Goil Upstream Limited was a partner. Before Exxon left, Goil Upstream Limited was the indigenous Ghanaian company. So when Exxon left, they took over the operatorship. The ministry gave that role to Goil Upstream to operate the field. So at the moment, they are also looking for partners to help them explore and produce hydrocarbons from the field. And it was part of that block in particular was part of our roadshow activities at the beginning of the year. And that's why I said there is some good news. Some companies, a number of companies have expressed interest in that block to partner Goil Upstream Limited, but they are engaging them to come up with the one that can help them undertake their obligations under the PA. So in due course, you will hear from them.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Francis Apeni, GHEITI member representing Alembre District Assembly. As we are trying to maximize our production in the oil and gas sector, though I did not hear anything on energy transition in your presentation, if you have any gist for us, I'll be grateful. Yeah.
Well, I deliberately left out energy transition. There's a presentation on it on Friday also. But to come to that, at COP27, our president categorically stated that we will continue to explore and produce our hydrocarbon resources in a sustainable manner. So under the energy transition framework, we are looking at introducing carbon capture, utilization and storage alongside our thermal plants and offshore operations to capture the carbon dioxide emissions. We will also embark on afforestation programs to serve as natural carbon sinks. These are the measures in terms of hydrocarbon activities. But if you want the rest of the framework, looking at our energy sources, yes, we are looking at nuclear energy. We are looking at increasing the contribution of the renewable energy, solar and wind. And nuclear over time will become our base load. At the moment, gas is the base load, contributing about 68% of our energy generation mix. Then renewable is about 2.8%, hydro is about 28.8%. But we are looking at scaling our renewable to 10% by 2030. And then to 20% by 2070. That's a long walk. And then nuclear, we're also looking at introducing nuclear by 2030 and scaling it up to by 2040. And between 2030 and 2040, it's likely to overtake natural gas as our base load. Have I answered your question or you want more?
No. Okay, Mr. Callistus, on the updates that you are giving, can you throw a little bit of light on the extent of decommissioning at the Salt Pond field?
Well, per the last report I saw, all 6 wells, the target was to plug and abandon 6 wells. All the 6 wells have been plugged and abandoned. Now they are dismantling, the contractor Hans & Co is dismantling the Mr. Louis platform. That was the platform for the production. They are now on the body, cutting it into pieces. That I don't know the extent to which they've gone. But from the last report, I mean the amount of work left was very small.
All right. My name is Isaac Jamina from PIAC. I want to find out what the ministry's position is on GMPC and the GOHL transaction. I ask this in light of a recent press statement put out by the ministry regarding...
Which ministry, please?
Oh, I'm still referring to the Ministry of Energy. Okay. Yes. Ministry and GMPC, not too distant past, with regards to the offloading of a portion of what was acquired for GOHL to PetroSA. So my question relates to what the ministry's position is regarding the GOHL transaction.
I decline to answer that question, please.
That particular question shall be handled very, very well today. Okay. So it's a premature question. Yes, it's 6 months. In 3 hours' time, we shall discuss it. Okay. All right. So we are picking one more question.
We can have
from
a discussion on the side.
Yes.
Yeah, my question has to do with the petroleum agreements. You know, the earlier agreements we signed were not very favorable to us because of the risk. Now we have virtually de-risked our environment. Why are we not varying the agreements to suit the current risk-free environment and going into more petroleum production sharing than the original CAPI arrangement that we had? Because now the risk is off. For example, the 30,000 barrels that have come on stream, why do we still apply the old agreement to it and not renegotiate on this 30,000? Because we are doing a production sharing arrangement even on the new finds, we'll be getting more revenue than when the fields were not de-risked.
Doc, I don't totally agree with you that our basins have been de-risked. The Western Basin has been de-risked. That I agree with you totally.
Okay.
But the Central, Eastern, and Voltairean basins are yet to be de-risked. So, but yes,
no,
what you are asking for is in a de-risked area.
Yes, there's Jubilee.
But we are actually using the hybrid. Our system is a hybrid, the royalty tax system and then production sharing. So what you want is that we should move away from the other one and just do production sharing. Is that what you are suggesting?
You know, if we were doing production sharing, we'll be earning more. But at the beginning, because of the risk, we couldn't do that. Now that we have the risk, why don't we look at the agreements going forward? Because you see, I guess there's some rough calculation. This 30,000 barrels, even if they invested $1 billion to produce it, within a year or two with all the MPV computations and everything, it has been offset. Now going forward, for how long are they going to continue maintaining the old structure where about 80% plus of the revenue is going to them? Yeah. We're only getting about 18%. Are we going to continue that for the next 10 years? You see, they've recovered their investments over and over again, and we should have the possibility to look at the arrangement. It is the law or the contracts may be cast. I don't think they should be cast in stone. If you've recovered your money, why don't you allow some flexibility going forward?
Yeah,
it's a negotiation.
Yeah. So you know, with the PAs, once they are signed, they are signed. Going back to change the fiscals are a bit difficult.
It shouldn't be.
Or it shouldn't be allowed. But what I agree with you is moving forward. The new ones. You know, that's why for some of us, the ACA PA still makes us mad. You know, because it's even worse than what has been signed previously. So it's as if you're not learning from our mistakes. You know, you're right. I mean, if you look at the overall share between the IOCs and the NOC, that's the government side, they are getting around 85% and 15% to the government. Remodel these same fiscals using Nigeria or Angola case. It's vice versa. And the IRR are still solid for project implementation. So, I mean, in this country, it's as if we don't learn from our mistakes, or it's a deliberate action that this country will never survive. Or this country will not make any socio-economic benefit from the oil and gas industry. But that topic has to go to his boss, who is the Minister of Energy of the Republic of Ghana, but not to him. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a summer school. Governor Anambwa, it's a summer school. We are here to educate. No, he's kind of a lunch, so I'll go to him now. Lunch is set. Please let's give it up to our honorable Callistus. It is not easy. The questions that came to him are not easy questions, and these are questions that sometimes cause me to get nightmares when I'm sleeping. And a question that he asked is as if we are joking, because you know what is right and you go for what is wrong. Diana, what are you looking for? So I don't know, I'm becoming emotional right now. You see, what is that? So it's lunchtime. So those who are fasting like myself, we are staying behind. Those who are going to eat will go and eat and join us. We have only 45 minutes to eat. It used to be 1 hour, but because of time and delay, we have 45 minutes to go and enjoy our buffet. Please, when you take your food, make sure you pray and thank God before you eat. Understand? All right. Thank you so much for.
2:30.
So yes, 2:30 we are here, right, Chrissy? Correct. So 2:30 we are here. All right. On that note, please enjoy your meal.
having the initiative to go to schools and set up recycling programs and teaching children about the segregation of their rubbish so that things can be more easily recycled. So perhaps of that 600 tonnes of rubbish that's generated or left on the streets every day, some of it can be recycled, or a lot of it could be recycled and made into useful products rather than it just being littering the streets and eventually the beaches.
About 2,800 metric tons of municipal waste is generated every day in Accra. Now approximately 2,200 of this waste is collected. What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily? This is waste that you will see in the drains, in water bodies, in the environment, and in marketplaces and on the streets.
PwC is the world's largest accounting and consulting company, and we seek to build trust in society and solve difficult problems. And as such, we are very pleased to be part of this year's World Environment Day in Ghana.
This year we want to continue the collaboration we had with Hipsters of Nature in celebrating World Environment Day. We felt it is important, and we continue to feel it is very important for us to educate the communities we live in about the issues that affect the society. And this year, in collaboration with Hipsters of Nature, we are going to be sponsoring a program sponsored by our corporate responsibility partner, ACEP. We are going to work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle, while hoping that the students and the pupils would eventually educate their parents and the communities in which they reside, and in this in effect would be educating the leaders of tomorrow about understanding the importance of waste segregation.
We are also helping, trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market. We do a lot of recycling for especially the brewery industries, where we pick up their old broken crates from the field, from their warehouses where it cannot be used again, and then we recycle them into different aspects or different products. Plastic, it could be in the bowls, in the chairs, and even recycle that same waste again into the waste bins that we produce, because it's a non-food item. So that's the various ways that we are helping to clear the plastic waste. Also, we get broken or worn out or other replacement from our depots and other places. We all take that. We have a recycling plant. We treat it, we wash it, we make sure it's safe, and then we recycle it back into the products that we do.
Some of the things that we've been doing at the hotel to assist in this is we have our own recycling project. We recycle plastic bottles, glass bottles and paper. We also are trying to find sources of things where we can recycle batteries, light bulbs, printer cartridges and the like, so that they're not adding to the problem of waste in Accra.
When it comes to Qualiplast, we believe in waste management, because the plastic that we produce is also 100% recyclable. So even the waste coming out from our product when during production are recycled, put back into production. We brought out a waste bin of two sizes, 240 liters and a 120 liters, which help with waste management. I mean, all around the world, people have stopped using various things that they used to collect waste. Now it's all about the waste bins. And the waste, when I'm talking the waste bins, you're talking different colors. Different colors means you are doing waste segregation. Plastic goes into a particular color, paper goes into a particular color, and various things. We all know what the different colors of the waste bin means.
So once you segregate your waste appropriately, each item can be treated as it should and be disposed of appropriately.
I think we need to embrace the idea of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Hipsters of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global megatrends indicate that not only is there resource scarcity, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other related issues. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Hipsters of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program? Is to effectively manage our waste and reduce the amount of waste that is landfill. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, Eco-Conscious Kofi,
and me, Eco-Conscious Ama,
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Cafe no conclu.
Fire at the forefront. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups, these need to be clean, and bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white bag. Napkins soiled with food can be put in the white bag too, but tissues used for hygiene purposes should be thrown in the black bag. Tissues should never be placed in the recycling bag. While napkins can be placed in the white bag, wet wipes must go into the black bag. Food soiled aluminium foil, baking paper, plastic wrap and polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Dispose of these items in the black bag, or better still, try not to use them in the first place. Other items that should go in the black bag are textiles and shoes, although these can be reused or donated if still in good condition. Used cleansing materials like sponges and floor cloths, sanitary items, animal waste and pet litter, nappies, snack packets and food wrappers made from 2 or more composite materials, for example, plastic on the outside and aluminium lining on the inside, broken ceramics and mirrors, and glass kitchenware, such as glasses and plates. Make sure that these are well wrapped so that they are not dangerous to the people handling your waste. While small ceramics and mirrors can be put in the black bag, larger pieces should be taken to a civic amenity site. Likewise, the following items: large pieces of polystyrene used for packaging, filament and energy-saving light bulbs and neon tubes, paint cans whether empty or not, unemptied spray cans, hazardous liquids like used cooking oil, engine oil, glues, disinfectants and fertilizers, furniture, kitchen and personal appliances, televisions, computers and other electronic items, and large amounts of garden waste. Batteries can either be taken to a civic amenity site or a battery collection point in your locality. For large and bulky items, you can also call your local council and ask for the free bulky waste collection service. The Don't Waste Waste website and Facebook page are full of valuable information on how to dispose properly of your waste, and more importantly, tips on how to prevent and reduce waste. Don't waste waste. Do your bit.
AIEI
What are the waste problems that we find in Ghana that you all probably know?
1,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling.
Waste segregation is really important because we live in times where there's absolute resource scarcity.
What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily?
It can look beautiful for the day. Next day, when the tide comes in, it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
So it's important that we're able to reduce what we use, recycle where possible, and reduce wastage in our society.
It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result.
However, these days we refer to waste as materials in transition.
I feel it's our responsibility to educate the communities in which we work in about challenging issues.
PwC, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency and also Hipsters of Nature, is looking to pilot a waste segregation program for the Accra metropolis.
We are also helping trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market.
Actually working with 10 primary schools in Accra to propagate this message of sanitation and recycling and waste segregation, with the hope that these children will propagate the message with their parents, their friends, and their communities wherever they live.
Work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Over the years, plastic bags has come to be used because of its low cost and it being water resistant. However, as you may all know, plastics do not decompose easily.
Yes, when we first started running this hotel, we were employing a staff of about 5 people every day to clean the beach. But we realised fairly soon in the exercise that it was fairly futile because every day a new load of rubbish would come onto the beach. And it was coming from the tide. And how it was getting there is that all the gutters and drains of Accra lead to the beach. And there's a surplus of rubbish that isn't dealt with every day. 2,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling. So there's a balance of 600 tonnes, or 600,000 kilograms of rubbish. And of course because it's not being picked up, it gets left on the streets, dumped in gutters, dumped in drains, and of course as soon as it rains it all washes out to sea. Then the tide brings it all back, so it's a perpetual problem. It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result. It can look beautiful for the day, next day when the tide comes in it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
Waste is not treated appropriately or not managed appropriately. We're going to have sanitation problems, major issues with flooding, and obviously the threat of communicable diseases like cholera, typhoid fever, and so on. So it's really important that we treat our waste properly and take it very seriously.
It's pretty much an environmental disaster happening right on our doorstep in terms of the beaches here. So I think I applaud Hipsters of Nature for having the initiative to go to schools and set up recycling programs and teaching children about the segregation of their rubbish so that things can be more easily recycled. So perhaps of that 600 tonnes of rubbish that's generated or left on the streets every day, some of it can be recycled, or a lot of it could be recycled and made into useful products rather than it just being littering the streets and eventually the beaches.
About 2,800 metric tons of municipal waste is generated every day in Accra. Now approximately 2,200 of this waste is collected. What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily? This is waste that you will see in the drains, in water bodies, in the environment, and in marketplaces and on the streets.
PwC is the world's largest accounting and consulting company, and we seek to build trust in society and solve difficult problems. And as such, we are very pleased to be part of this year's World Environment Day in Ghana.
This year, we want to continue the collaboration we had with Hipsters of Nature in celebrating World Environment Day. We felt it is important, and we continue to feel this is very important for us to educate the communities we live in about the issues that affect the society. And this year, in collaboration with Hipsters of Nature, we are going to be sponsoring a program sponsored by our corporate responsibility partner, ACEP. We are going to work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle, while hoping that the students and the pupils would eventually educate their parents and the communities in which they reside, and in this effect would be educating the leaders of tomorrow about understanding the importance of waste segregation.
We are also trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market. We do a lot of recycling for especially the brewery industries, where we pick up their old broken crates from the field, from their warehouses where it cannot be used again, and then we recycle them into different aspects or different products. Plastic, it could be in the bowls, in the chairs, and even recycle that same waste again into the waste bins that we produce, because it's a non-food item. So that's the various ways that we are helping to clear the plastic waste. Also, we get broken or worn out or other replacement from our depots and other places. We all take that. We have a recycling plant. We treat it, we wash it, we make sure it's safe, and then we recycle it back into the products that we do.
Some of the things that we've been doing at the hotel to assist in this is we have our own recycling project. We recycle plastic bottles, glass bottles, and paper. We also are trying to find sources of things where we can recycle batteries, light bulbs, printer cartridges, and the like, so that they're not adding to the problem of waste in Accra.
When it comes to Qualiplast, we believe in waste management, because the plastic that we produce is also 100% recyclable. So even the waste coming out from our product when during production are recycled, put back into production. We brought out a waste bin of two sizes, 240 liters and a 120 liters, which help with waste management. I mean, all around the world, people have stopped using various things that they used to collect waste. Now it's all about the waste bins. The waste, when I'm talking the waste bins, you're talking different colors. Different colors means you're doing waste segregation. Plastic goes into a particular color, paper goes into a particular color, and various things. We all know what the different colors of the waste bin means.
So once you segregate your waste appropriately, each item can be treated as it should and be disposed of appropriately.
I think we need to embrace the idea of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Hipsters of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global mega trends indicate that not only is there resource scarcity, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other related issues. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Hipsters of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program? Is to effectively manage our waste, and reduce the amount of waste that is landfilled. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
Energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, Eco-Conscious Kofi,
and me, Eco-Conscious Ama,
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Cafe no conclu.
Fire at the forefront. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups, these need to be clean, and bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white bag. Napkins soiled with food can be put in the white bag too, but tissues used for hygiene purposes should be thrown in the black bag. Tissues should never be placed in the recycling bag. While napkins can be placed in the white bag, wet wipes must go into the black bag. Food soiled aluminium foil, baking paper, plastic wrap and polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Dispose of these items in the black bag, or better still, try not to use them in the first place. Other items that should go in the black bag are textiles and shoes, although these can be reused or donated if still in good condition. Used cleansing materials like sponges and floor cloths, sanitary items, animal waste and pet litter, nappies, snack packets and food wrappers made from 2 or more composite materials, for example, plastic on the outside and aluminium lining on the inside, broken ceramics and mirrors, and glass kitchenware, such as glasses and plates. Make sure that these are well wrapped so that they are not dangerous to the people handling your waste. While small ceramics and mirrors can be put in the black bag, larger pieces should be taken to a civic amenity site. Likewise, the following items: large pieces of polystyrene used for packaging, filament and energy-saving light bulbs and neon tubes, paint cans whether empty or not, polystyrene used for packaging, cans, filament and energy-saving light bulbs and neon tubes, engine oil, paint, glues, disinfectants and fertilizers, furniture, kitchen and personal appliances, televisions, computers and other electronic items, and large amounts of garden waste. Batteries can either be taken to a civic amenity site or a battery collection point in your locality. For large and bulky items, you can also call your local council and ask for the free bulky waste collection service. The Don't Waste Waste website and Facebook page are full of valuable information on how to dispose properly of your waste, and more importantly, tips on how to prevent and reduce waste. Don't waste waste. Do your bit.
Seho Alanta Hangi Ampe Wopona Nule Bilolo.
What are the waste problems that we found in Ghana that you all probably know?
1,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling.
Waste segregation is really important because we live in times where there's absolute resource scarcity.
What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily?
It can look beautiful for the day. Next day, when the tide comes in, it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
So it's important that we're able to reduce what we use, recycle where possible, and reduce wastage in our society.
It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result.
However, these days we refer to waste as materials in transition.
I feel it's our responsibility to educate the communities in which we work in about challenging issues.
PwC, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency and also Hipsters of Nature, is looking to pilot a waste segregation program for the Accra metropolis.
We are also helping, trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market.
Actually working with 10 primary schools in Accra to propagate this message of sanitation and recycling and waste segregation, with the hope that these children will propagate the message with their parents, their friends, and their communities wherever they live.
Work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Over the years, plastic bags has come to be used because of its low cost and it being water resistant. However, as you may all know, plastics do not decompose easily.
Yes, when we first started running this hotel, we were employing a staff of about 5 people every day to clean the beach, but we realised fairly soon in the exercise that it was fairly futile because every day a new load of rubbish would come onto the beach, and it was coming from the tide, and how it was getting there is that all the gutters and drains of Accra lead to the beach, and there's a surplus of rubbish that isn't dealt with every day. 2,200 tonnes of rubbish is generated in Accra every day, and only 1,600 tonnes of that is actually taken away to landfill or to recycling. So there's a balance of 600 tonnes or 600,000 kilograms of rubbish. And of course because it's not being picked up, it gets left on the streets, dumped in gutters, dumped in drains, and of course as soon as it rains it all washes out to sea. Then the tide brings it all back, so it's a perpetual problem. It doesn't seem to matter how many times we do a beach cleanup, it's the same result. It can look beautiful for the day, next day when the tide comes in it brings a whole lot of rubbish back for us.
Waste is not treated appropriately or not managed appropriately. We're going to have sanitation problems, major issues with flooding, and obviously the threat of communicable diseases like cholera, typhoid fever, and so on. So it's really important that we treat our waste properly and take it very seriously.
It's pretty much an environmental disaster happening right on our doorstep in terms of the beaches here. So I think I applaud Hipsters of Nature for having the initiative to go to schools and set up recycling programs and teaching children about the segregation of their rubbish so that things can be more easily recycled. So perhaps of that 600 tonnes of rubbish that's generated or left on the streets every day, some of it can be recycled, or a lot of it could be recycled and made into useful products rather than it just being littering the streets and eventually the beaches.
About 2,800 metric tons of municipal waste is generated every day in Accra. Now approximately 2,200 of this waste is collected. What happens to the other 600 metric tons which is not collected daily? This is waste that you will see in the drains, in water bodies, in the environment, and in marketplaces and on the streets.
PwC is the world's largest accounting and consulting company, and we seek to build trust in society and solve difficult problems. And as such, we are very pleased to be part of this year's World Environment Day in Ghana.
This year we want to continue the collaboration we had with Hipsters of Nature in celebrating World Environment Day. We felt it is important, and we continue to feel it's very important for us to educate the communities we live in about the issues that affect the society. And this year, in collaboration with Hipsters of Nature, we are going to be sponsoring a program sponsored by our corporate responsibility partner, ACEP. We are going to work with a couple of schools around the Accra metropolis to educate them about the essence of the 3R concepts, which is basically to reduce, reuse, and recycle, while hoping that the students and the pupils would eventually educate their parents and the communities in which they reside, and this in effect would be educating the leaders of tomorrow about understanding the importance of waste segregation.
We are also trying to collect a lot of this plastic waste from the market. We do a lot of recycling for especially brewery industries, where we pick up their old broken crates from the field, from their warehouses where it cannot be used again, and then we recycle them into different aspects or different products. Plastic, it could be in the bowls, in the chairs, and even recycle that same waste again into the waste bins that we produce, because it's a non-food item. So that's the various ways that we are helping to clear the plastic waste. Also, we get broken or worn out or other replacement from our depots and other places. We all take that. We have a recycling plant. We treat, we wash it, we make sure it's safe, and then we recycle it back into the products that we do.
Some of the things that we've been doing at the hotel to assist in this is we have our own recycling project. We recycle plastic bottles, glass bottles, and paper. We also are trying to find sources of things where we can recycle batteries, light bulbs, printer cartridges, and the like, so that they're not adding to the problem of waste in Accra.
When it comes to Qualiplast, we believe in waste management, because the plastic that we produce is also 100% recyclable. So even the waste coming out from our product when doing production are recycled, put back into production. We brought out a waste bin of two sizes, 240 liters and a 120 liters, which help with waste management. I mean, all around the world, people have stopped using various things that they used to collect waste. Now it's all about the waste bins. And the waste, when I'm talking the waste bins, you're talking different colors. Different colors means you are doing waste segregation. Plastic goes into a particular color, paper goes into a particular color, and various things. We all know what the different colors of the waste bin means.
So once you segregate your waste appropriately, each item can be treated as it should and be disposed of appropriately.
I think we need to embrace the idea of recycling and reusing, reducing. We need to embrace the idea of rotting all our biodegradable material so that we can compost that. Useful products can come from that. We can make methane gas, we can generate electricity from it. We could even use it as fertilizer. It's a byproduct. One of the byproducts is fertilizer that we can put on our gardens.
PwC is proud to be working with Hipsters of Nature to pilot this initiative for World Environment Day. The global megatrends indicate that not only is there resource scarcity, but there's a huge impact on our society in relation to waste, sanitation, climate change, and many other related issues. So we feel it's our responsibility to educate our community, and we feel that Hipsters of Nature were the best people to work with for this year's World Environment Day.
What is the thrust of this program? Is to effectively manage our waste, and reduce the amount of waste that is landfill. Let us all help in this drive to segregate waste in this country.
Today, coming into the country to do exploration.
We need energy. We've always needed it. Almost every aspect of our lives revolves around it. Energy is not cheap, and it's getting more expensive. This can be solved by creating alternative sources of energy like wind, tidal, and solar. But that would not be enough.
There's one alternative that we overlook. It costs less, it's clean, and it's everywhere. That is
energy efficiency.
It's not a fuel, but a practice that can save us so much energy in our homes and workplaces.
For air conditioners, always buy air conditioners with an energy guide. Choose the right size of air conditioner and regularly service your air conditioners at least twice a year. It keeps them clean and efficient. The more black stars, the better.
Replace air conditioners that are very old with new and more efficient ones. Keep windows and doors shut while using air conditioners. Shade or tint your windows from outside against direct sunlight and heat. Don't set the temperature of your air conditioner lower than 25 degrees Celsius. It is healthier for you, your electricity cost, and the environment.
Switch off fans when there is nobody in the room.
Be energy efficient. Save money and the environment.
Imagine a time when our streets are free of plastics that choke our drainage systems and cause flooding. A time when our children get to play in a clean and healthy environment. That time could be now if you would join me, Eco-Conscious Kofi,
and me, Eco-Conscious Ama,
to recycle the plastic waste we generate. Besides making our towns and cities look unclean, plastic waste negatively affects other living things. Instead of throwing away our plastic waste, we can recycle them into other products like plastic chairs, rubber balls, and buckets, which will reduce the impact of plastic waste on our environment. Choose to recycle your plastic waste today. Kefe no konklo.
Fire at the foforo. A little effort goes a long way to improve the quality of life for us all.
Be an eco-conscious citizen, just like us.
Do you do that too? Don't do this. It is better to sort the garbage. Plastic. Glass. Metal. Paper. Organic. Save the earth. Keep the planet clean.
Waste separation is not an option, but a civic duty. And while information is ample, some people are still confused on how to dispose of their waste correctly. Let's start with what can be recycled, and therefore what has to go in the green or grey recycling bag. Some examples include food tins and aluminium cans, paper and cardboard boxes, plastic containers, but some other objects might be trickier. The following items go in the recycling bag too. Milk and juice cartons, empty aerosol cans, foil trays that have been thoroughly washed, takeaway boxes made from carton or cardboard that aren't soiled with food remains, plastic bags that are not soiled or have been washed, disposable cutlery, plates and cups, these need to be clean, and bottle caps and jar lids made from plastic or metal. It is important to keep in mind that polystyrene boxes are not recyclable. Glass should never be put in the green or grey bag. Glass bottles and jars should be put in a box for the monthly collection of your locality, or else taken to a bring-in site or a civic amenity site. All food leftovers and food scraps, with the addition of some small domestic garden waste like flowers or small dead plants, must be put in the organic white bag. Napkins soiled with food can be put in the white bag too.
Alright, so we are back from rather a long lunch break. This is what happens when you have a buffet lunch. You eat everything small. Alright. So how many of us ate fufu? Please show by hands. If you ate fufu, please raise up your hand. If you ate fufu, raise up your hand. So those doing this, what is it? Fufu kakra. Alright. But I hope you all enjoy your food. Great. I've heard that there's no dinner. I was just told that there's no dinner today. And then I was wondering, what am I going to do this evening? What am I going to eat? I should have eaten 2 balls of the fufu. If I had known, I would have eaten 2. But I ate half. What I say? But in the name of God, we will survive. Alright, we're going to have a rather very interactive session from now till we close. We're going to have a series of presentations, 2 in 1, according to the presenter. It's going to be very engaging, very interactive. So it's called the knowledge platform. Okay, you can reserve all your questions, but he doesn't mind you coming back to him. After that, as you've seen the sofas here, so I don't know whether it's coming from British Council or USA, but they are here, 2 of them, identical chairs. Then we'll do a panel discussion. So all the questions that came in the morning that you didn't have clarity on, reserve them. When the panelists sit down, please, you can ask them. I have 2 questions. One is for Chinebu Akudria. I know he's still online. I have 2 questions for him. And then I have 1 question even before the next speaker coming to present. I have a question for him during the panel discussion. So write down all your questions. And if you do not answer any question, they're not leaving this place. we'll lock the door. That one I'll do it. Okay, so without wasting my time, please let's clap for our own brother Ben Boache as he comes to give us his insight about the interactive revenue and citizen perspective on revenue management. So this one is the citizen's perspective. It's not his perspective. Don't go and quote him anywhere. Citizen's perspective. It's the, and the citizens are you and I, including him. So he's speaking on our behalf.
Thank you very much. Look, good afternoon. I dread this moment because usually when the concoctions have already been made, bankum, fufu, and tilapia and the rest of it, it makes it difficult to focus. But I'll try to make it as engaging, as simple as it can be so that we follow the conversation. So, citizen's perspective, I think probably I will make it a citizen's perspective so that I speak for myself. I'm not sure whether I can speak for everybody in Ghana, but at least we have been working on these issues for over a decade. So we appreciate some of the nuances and things that maybe an average person cannot track in the space. So can I get a clicker? How do I move the slides? Can I get it myself or it wouldn't work? It's not here. Yes, so a bit of conversations around revenue management in Ghana's extractive sector, and then I get to open up some of the key issues on contracting, which I was to look at earlier. But in resource extraction, essentially how much you get and how you get it is a function of policy, all right? How you define your interest in the extraction of resources. So usually you have a country defining its national strategy or policy on what you actually want to get and at what point do you want to get the revenue for it. For many advanced countries or countries that are doing well, revenue is a byproduct of industrial policy, and that's what I've seen reading from many countries like Norway, US, UK, and the rest of it. They make sure that they're able to link the extraction of the resources to the economy, and by doing so, revenue automatically comes. Right? We have been tinkering with that, thinking we can participate, localize, make sure we get more revenue, but in practice, and from my experience looking at how Ghana has managed its extractive resources, we are essentially revenue focused. So we talk about the taxes, we talk about the fiscal regime, how much percentage are we getting on royalty, how much percentage are they giving us on tax, right? So in reality, those are the things that we are chasing and not what actually ensure that the resource is actually integrated into the economy to generate much more value by getting all other businesses aligned to it. Because if you have your businesses doing the production, doing the services, that also generates revenue, right? That may not be accounted for in the actual petroleum agreement or a concession agreement for a mine. So that is what I have seen. Can we go? I can still get a clicker. So what is the direction? You will be rolling from there. I think it would be easier if I can have it. All right, okay. Yes, so I mean, if you check it, these are just some of the key elements that brings revenue to the state. So on the average, we have 5%. Some of those with development agreements, some of them have 3% royalty take. Corporate income tax is fixed at 35. Development agreements, they can get 32%. Capital allowance, 5 years straight line, 20%. So companies are allowed to recover their investment in a 5-year period when they go into production, so that subsequently they can pay more taxes to the state. Losses can be carried forward for 5 years. think capitalization or 3 to 1. I think capitalization actually means that if you are investing in a mine or an oil project, you have to show capital of 1, and then you can bring 3 as debt to the project. It used to be 2 to 1, but 2015 was amended to 3 to 1 to attract more investment into Ghana. And then VAT also is almost, I even left out 1%, Sammy. So you get VAT from, which is refundable. You get NHI or get fund at 2.5 each. So payee is also gotten from the workers who are operating in this. So these are some of the fiscal elements. Can we go? Yeah, so, yes. Okay, yeah. Okay, so over the years you can see the revenues are coming from the key sources: royalty, we have tax, we have payee, we have other taxes that we get from it, ground rent and the rest of it. And then we have a total which has been growing year on year to about 4 billion in 2019. And if you check that data there, you will see the trend showing that all the elements are actually increasing year on year. The left one is the total trajectory of the revenues from the mining sector, not oil. This is just the mining sector, showing that revenue has been increasing because we've been bringing on many more mines in the sector. You break it down, you see tax actually on top with the orange line. We have royalty on the blue line. So all of them have been increasing year on year. Okay. Right. So, and these are the destinations in the mineral sector where the money, the taxes go to when they come to the state. So the CIT is the corporate income tax. All the taxes, they go into the consolidated fund straight. Withholding taxes and all goes to the consolidated fund. And then the royalties are broken into 2 post the passage of the Mineral Development Fund Act and also the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act. So 20% of royalties from mines are supposed to go into the Mineral Development Fund, and then the 80% where the act that was passed in 2018 is handled by another entity of state, Mineral Income and Investment Fund. If you remember the famous EJAPA entity, that was what that 80% was supposed to be used for. But because EJAPA was not successful, MIF is now in control of that money. They are one of the richest entities in Ghana today, and the government is poor. So I'm not sure we can go through this, but I'll share the slides. So this is how the MDF is broken down. We were earlier having a conversation about who gets what, chiefs, MINCOM, and the rest of it. So it's a big chain of breakdown. When you break down the 20%, I had a conversation about auditing chiefs. You get to see, we started a project trying to look at what the chiefs do with the money. You go there, the chief got 10,000 and he shared it with the Queen Mother and everybody. It was not even worth our study, we left it. So they are not our problem. The amount of money that goes to them are not our problem. Usually where the chiefs get money is their relationship with the company. They are contractors to the companies. So when you see them buying their cars, you really have to investigate it much deeper. It's not government money. Some of them are contractors to the mine. Yes, but these are where the problems emerge, where we have an MDF Act which says 20% of mineral royalty should go to the fund. The law was passed 2016, and then 2017 another law is passed called Capping and Realignment Act. And then that curtails or cuts how much is supposed to go into the fund, and the 20% has not been going. So you see the blue lines, those were our estimations of how much should have actually gone into the MDF, and orange lines are what actually gets into the fund year on year up to 2022. So I also have this slide here to show you, in reality, percentage terms, how much actually gets dispersed to the MDF. So in some years it was as low as 2.1% of royalty allocated to the MDF instead of the prescribed 20%. The highest we can see is about 12.7% in 2021. 2022 was about 7.6%. So that is how we have treated the allocation to the MDF fund. And this is what is supposed to support community development. Those who are actually living the brunt of the mine, and yet we passed a law 2016, 2017, another law undermines its operationalization, and therefore we couldn't disburse as much to it. Yeah, so we did a study to actually look at the role of MDF in some of the communities, the mining communities. And look at, we did Pristia, Uni Valley, Asutifi North, and then Takwa. You look at the blue portion of the charts, and that is the component of MDF in their capital budgets. Those 2%, 3%, 7% you were seeing, that's how significant it shows in the cash flow of the assemblies, which indicates that if they were getting the 20%, that could do far more in those communities. All right, and most of the problems that they have could actually be dealt with. So MDF is very significant. You go there, most of the, because of various interactions we've had with the assemblies, these days they're using it for more capital projects. So a lot of the schools and the hospitals and the clinics you are seeing are, are coming from the allocations that they give to them. So if government was to respond to the act and allocate as much to the community, we will see far more development in those mining communities. So this was the legislation I was talking about, Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act, which undermines the operationalization of the fund. So these are some of the funds that are also impacted. GET Fund, National Health Fund, Petroleum related energy funds, all of them were impacted by that very act. So I think I've talked about this in my previous slides. So, 80% of the money that is supposed to go to MIF, consistently in the past 3 years, MIF has been receiving that money. All right? And that raises the fundamental question whether, the state, there's this argument that the state has to invest in other mines, right? So we're giving the royalty to MIF for MIF to do the investments that they want to do. And then the question then arises, is MIF's investment in other mines more of a priority than the roads that government also has responsibility for? The roads that are killing human beings, right? The kids that are schooling under trees. Those are competing investments that you really need to analyze when you're developing some of these policies, and not just to give money to an entity and then they have a fat bank account and the developments are not actually happening. So you look at MIF and some of the things they want to do. They say they are doing some small scale mine investment, salt mining, Ejapa, which is still on hold, and they've done some investment in some of the mines. And one of the mines that they had invested in when we tracked, Ashanti Gold Corp, they were supposed to have gone into production 3 years ago. They are still not into production, but we have a cost sunk. Money has been sunk into it, and their share value had actually even started declining. All right, when they bought it at 1.7 Canadian dollar per share, as of last year it was about 1.1. All right, so it's been roller coaster up and down. And these are the risks that government sometimes, when it wants to invest and become aspirational of what we can do on our own, we fail to actually analyze to see how beneficial some of those things are. So there's really how the chart looked like when we bought it at the peak, hoping that the share price will keep rising, and then it started declining. So you now have to wait for the share price of Ashanti Gold Corp to begin going up again. So that question really has to be answered, whether we should be sacrificing on average about 1.2 billion a year that could develop infrastructure into handing it over to an entity that is not even producing any report to us, right? By law, they're supposed to even report on how to use the money, and they are not accountable to anybody. But they have the money sitting there, and our roads are not being built. We have to answer that fundamental question on that side. So a bit of also petroleum revenue management and some of the issues that we've seen. I think there are people here who have the thicker issues, so I just skim through some of the few issues that are still outstanding for us. I mean, Ghana's fiscal architecture in the petroleum sector is really unique, and many countries are even beginning to look at how they can copy what Ghana did with the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Because we thought we could avoid what we've done with gold, you know, where the money went into the consolidated fund and got lost. So we set up a regime that actually allows us to track and account for the money. So we have the petroleum holding funds in which every money comes into at the top, and then GMPC is prioritized because they are the state agent in the field, you know, so that they can finance their operation and also invest into other ventures that could generate more return. So we prioritize their own cash calls and also give them money for them to be able to undertake their own operations. You know, you talk to the average Ghanaian, oh, we should produce our oil ourselves. But this law actually attempted to push that agenda by giving GMPC money for them to be able to, you know, develop that aspiration of building their own fields and developing it. I mean, Ministry of Finance is here. They've given them more than $1.2 billion on the level B expenditures alone. Level B, I mean that is what they needed to, on their own discretion, decide which investments they could put in to be able to produce their own oil. They have not. Even the Talos and the Cosmoses, the ENIs who came here, none of them spent that money to be able to be producing the oil. But we have ceded that money to the National Oil Company, and nothing has come out of it. They haven't even drilled one well. All right. So this was it. And then beyond the National Oil Company, we had the budget. So after prioritizing the National Oil Company, I think Mark took us through this, so I wouldn't want to bore you. We have a component that goes into the budget, what we call the, are we together? Yeah, because I'm hearing other discussions and other caucuses. Yes, so the benchmark revenue, after deducting GMPC's share, you get what you call the benchmark revenue, which is further split into what goes to support the budget, the annual budget funding amount, and then 70% goes into the budget and 30% is treated as savings. And then the saving is also further broken into two, into the stabilization fund and also the heritage fund, or savings for the future generation. So the law also requires that when we don't have oil, we consolidate the savings to make it a sovereign wealth fund that will continue to generate returns for the state. It's an interesting model that you may want to read further to see how it looks like. And we have the accountability mechanism, PIAC is there to track it, PAC is also there in Parliament to participate in the tracking of it. And then also I think 2015, we passed another law to give 20%, up to 20%, 25% of the ABFA to GIF, Ghana. Sorry? Of CAPEX, yes, to GIF, so that they can also undertake their investment priorities. That's another story to be told. At one point it was suspended, they reprioritized it, and I think now this business is also not going to that side. Yeah? And then the DACF, yes. So the DACF, I've read the ruling of the court, right? And nowhere did the court say that you should give 5% of oil revenue to the assemblies. What the court said was that in calculating the revenue of the state, you should account for oil revenue. So what it means is that if you collected 1 billion of tax revenue and you collect 500 million of oil, the gross revenue of the state should be 1.5 billion, based on which you calculate the DACF. But of course, it's easy way to then say that, oh, let's go and take 5% from oil revenue and add it to it. All right, so that's how can we become the protocol. But the court did not say that take 5% of oil money and give it to the assemblies. But it only identifies as a stream of the state. And therefore, if you are looking at how you allocate funds to the assemblies, you have to factor that into your streams as the gross receipts of the state. Yeah, so, I mean, the systems are there. We have the law, right? Which, as I indicated, is a good model that other countries are actually looking at. But actually implementing it much more efficiently requires monitoring. The law itself has its own mechanics. The law required that we have that medium-term framework. So if you have a medium-term, that's the prioritization. There should be a way to track how those things perform, those sectors perform, as you pump money into it. And that's why we have done all the fanciful names in agriculture. And we have not been able to even substitute importation of onions. All right, because there's no strategy. We are not tracking anything. It's just reading priority areas to us, and then everybody goes to sleep. And then we keep spending our money. The law says that it should be aligned. In the absence of the National Development Plan, it should be aligned. We should use a medium term. And it's been 13 years. We still don't have a concrete National Development Plan that we can say we are applying the oil money to. So the discretion is still being enjoyed, and we are happy to continue it. Yeah, so this is just a table from PIAC where you can see all the money that have been collected and allocated into the broad areas, right? So if you look at, for example, the Ghana Stabilization Fund, which is supposed to have had 1.95 billion, right, plus 25 interest, that should be ordinarily the outstanding balance of the fund. But now it's about 140 something million in there, which means that we have taken a chunk of that money and spent it. We had extensive discussion on how we treat that. So, I mean, this is what I was saying. We have spent about 1.8 billion out of it, and we have a balance of 143 because of discretion. The minister decides that he wants to cap it so low so he can use it for other priorities defined in law, either for contingency spending or for debt service. And a chunk of that has gone into debt service. We only did contingency when we had COVID and we wanted to spend. Yes, we did some 50 million, I think 2014, and then the COVID took the, I think 200 million plus. But essentially the point is that what we are doing actually undermines the object of the act. and what it wanted to do. The stabilization fund was supposed to accumulate enough buffer so that you can smoothen the cyclicality of oil flows. Because in a year where you are not getting enough oil revenues, you have the fund to be able to top up. And that helps you not to delay your project. Because if you are planning to build 10 schools in a particular year from your budget, this ensures that you can deliver at all times what you plan to deliver. So if you plan to deliver 10 schools, you budget for it, and for some reason, you cannot receive enough money, whether oil price drop or production challenges, you cannot receive enough money. You can go into the stabilization fund in compliance with the law and be able to smoothen the shortfall in the oil component of your budget so that you can continue with your plan and then adjust for the subsequent years. But at all times, we've had lower than enough to smoothen any shock that we have seen. Right? When we had a major shock in 2014, we didn't have enough buffer to be able to smoothen the shortfall. When COVID came, we didn't have enough, to smoothen the shortfall. So it clearly tells you that we only have an account that money is passing through somehow, but not delivering the object of the stabilization fund. Yeah, so I mean, when it comes to the expenditure side, some big ticket investment can be attributed to oil funds. I mean, the Terminal 3, even though very insignificant amount of about 30 million. Sorry? Yes, went into it. It's been claimed as one of the success stories. Right? So, which is good. At least it could be delivered in a reasonable amount of time. Accra Kumasi Road, maybe we need to do a study on that project. We keep pumping the money into that road. It never gets done. Right? But at least it's an attempt to dualize the major corridor of our country and other similar projects that are also receiving money from our oil. But you look at other things that are happening. Which one? The bus branding. And free SHS, where people have turned themselves into procurement officers and procuring from Gary to sugar and making their money into their pockets. Yeah, so I mean, these are also the other side of things. This is government project, right? And when you see government project delivered this way, it questions, how we think as a people. And you see a project with cracks, you can actually look through a wall and see what is happening in the other room because of how it was constructed. And next door, you see another one coming up. There are no iron rods, and you can see that it's going to be the same story. And you ask yourself, who is the engineer on the project? And this is 21st century Ghana government investment. Even the average Ghanaian building his own house will not build like the way the chip compound was being constructed with our monies. And you have similar of those things. I mean, there are roads, you see it tarred, the next morning you pass there, and it's all gone. It's washed out. That is our money. And some of them are coming from oil money. I even recently wanted to do a tour of some of the earlier road projects that we did around 2014, Asakregua Road and the rest of it. I'm sure they've been redone several times, and they are gone. So we don't build roads to last, we don't build schools to last, and we keep spending the oil money, which really questions the object of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And this is a conversation we really need to have. How do we ensure that public funds are treated much better than we are doing? Because otherwise we are just throwing the money away and we're not generating value from it. So accountability remains a major issue as far as oil revenue is concerned. I mean, for the reports, they will show you the reports all the time. You will see the money spent, right? But who is spending it? How is it generating value for the Ghanaian people? Nobody answers those questions. You can't go and ask Ministry of Finance, how did this contractor get this? You won't even get a response from anybody, right? But there was supposed to be a monitoring division that monitors how the money you spend generate returns, right? It wasn't set up for no reason.
So we have bodies in the law to do the compliance, as I indicated, accountability bodies like Parliament, the Audit Service, and the PIAC. We have CSOs, trade unions, academics, and individuals who are also monitoring compliance of the Act, but we're still struggling. Criminal issues can also be taken up, but I'm yet to see one, even in the implementation of the law. The judiciary can do it. Investigative bodies like the police, IOCO, can all be interested in how we challenge ourselves to be accountable for the resource that we do have. So, after 13 years of implementing the PRMA with a clear objective to diversify the economy, because you wanted to do more capital investment to see how you diversify your economy, there's nothing to show for diversification of the economy. Those billions have been spent in Ghana, and we are importing the most basic of things. Tomato import is going up. Onions are now coming from Holland and Burkina. There is nothing we are substituting or diversifying away from. Some of the investment in agriculture, I mean, ridiculous investments. You can't even see what is generated. Recently, somebody did a report on some of the things. I'll show you the dam. We spent about 201 million Ghana cedis building one village, one dam. And none of the dams are serving their purpose. None, not a single one was found. But what you are trying to do is that if you are producing a bag of maize, by having a dam that stores water, you can double it by doing off-season farming, right? And during the off-season, the dam has no water. So you are not producing anything with it. They are just all white elephants. But the monies have been spent. You talk to the communities, you cry. They tell you, oh, the grader came here and just graded for 2 days and went away. Meanwhile, it's taking 600,000.
They nearly beat us when we went for 12 days.
Yeah. And the consultant took 10 million cedis for consulting on those things. You can't see designs, and monies have been spent. Right? And that's oil money. The oil is running out. I mean, we used to see ghost projects in the past when we started tracking. They will list, Minister of Finance will list all the projects nicely for you. You can comb the whole country, you won't find the project. Right? And the money has been spent, but you can't find the project. And sometimes also they will exceed the priority areas appropriated by Parliament, and they will just spend. The money comes, they will spend. These days they are doing what? They will only come back to Parliament and during the mid-year budget, give you a new budget as if nothing happened in the first year. And even that, now they underspend the ABFA, and you ask them where is the balance, it becomes a problem. Right? They can hold as much as $1 billion unspent, and then they won't answer. For 3 years, we're asking for the unspent balance. They never answered until the election year, December 2022, when people were asking, where is the money, where is the money? Then they came to say that they spend on roads. It's kind of, So, both parties are doing the same things. We have to check that. So again, coming back to how we have to maximize value from our revenues and the benefits that we can get, we have to optimize the value chain. I mean, we can't just focus on the fiscals. We need to make sure that money is coming from the entire value chain of the oil and gas industry, promote development of the sector. We need strong institutions to do the monitoring. All right? Audit service is here. You have to be auditing these projects. These projects cannot be developed in these countries. People have to go to jail for that. You have to surcharge people. I mean, if you see a school like this, the contractor has to pay us money. And money has to come back to us. We need to also production monitoring. We were discussing how much money are we getting, right, from the oil fields. Who is actually policing the production process? The companies tell us it's 3 barrels and we are happy, right? We need to really, I mean, I was watching the control room of the Dubai government, where they see every valve, how much oil is coming out on the ground. It's not one GRA officer sitting on the FPSO. I remember when I was in UK, when I was doing my master's program, and I was in a class with Nigerians, and I was telling him, how come we're discussing oil theft? And I said, but Oga, you guys are always in the platform. How come they're able to still steal the oil? I said, my brother, you have not seen a bag of money before. You have not seen a bag of dollars before. That's why you're asking that question. So you go and put one officer on the FPSO 60 miles offshore, and he's protecting Ghana's interest. I'm joking. Yeah. We also have to monitor the environmental issues. They become a cost after the company is gone. You spend more to, manage the problems after they are gone if you don't monitor those issues. We have a typical case right now. The GMBC is happily spending on Sopon. Nobody's asking them, how much did we get from Sopon? The entire Sopon project, a year we will get $200,000. And suddenly they are spending almost $70 million to decommission the project. Many people came in the past. They said it was 20 million. Some came 30 million. It's been growing. The last time they said they were over $70 million. It's being used to decommission the field. So if we don't have environmental governance from EPA and the rest monitoring what happens, they will leave and we will now have to use tax money to go and decommission and manage some of those assets. So not just the money we are getting today, but how in future we will end up spending more if we're not monitoring that. And also impacting communities. If the communities are left unattended, and after the exploitation of the resources, they would. Do I still have time? Yes. Let me check my time. I feel like I'm talking too much. But do we have any questions so far, so we can address one or two before we move on?
Yes, MIF.
Okay. 1 minute.
MIF, I mean, as I said, all of us here are already in the sector. And we have one role or the other to play. It is very clear that MIF was created because of EJAPA. Now, as we sit in Ghana here, contractors are not being paid. School feeding is a problem. People have to sleep at buffer stock to demand for their own money that they've been contracted. Of course, there are issues about how much those contracts will cost as well. And today, government cannot even pay bond, not the interest, but the main capital, the main monies you had invested when the time is up. And we have diverted a very important revenue accrued for over 2 billion Ghana cedis at MIF. And the reason is because it was created because of EJAPA. And when EJAPA was put on hold, it looks like MIF have no idea what they want to do with the money. Are we not right to start advocating for these monies to come and ease the difficulties we are facing now? Because the monies were already going into the budget. Those monies were royalties coming into the budget. And now it has been diverted. Should we continue to face difficulties because you wanted to do a thing and we decided that it is not the best for us, so let's put it on hold? I mean, that's my only question.
I'm not sure I can answer. Yeah, but it's a good question. So let's all of us answer it. I mean, this is the reality, right? You have money and another agency is sitting on the money. There is no clear plan on what they're going to do to optimize that resource that we are giving to them. And in fact, there is no even medium-term gains that you can anticipate from that allocation. But they are rich, and I've been seeing some of the old school reunions that they are sponsoring. You haven't seen it. So they all started doing CSR. And before you know it, the money is gone, right? Putting money into political projects where you know that these people will not pay you back. But those are the things they are sponsoring. So we'll end up losing the money, and you don't need to be a soothsayer to be able to predict the outcome of those investments. So, I mean, on citizens' perspective, I thought it could be our perspective because, as I indicated, we have been in this space trying to see how we can support the legislative reforms, capacity development, and also researching into some of these issues, what is happening globally, and how do we contextualize that in Ghana. You know, and also realizing that in Ghana, nobody cares what you write if you can't advocate it. So instead of being, you know, a pure think tank where we only generating results and papers, we do aggressive advocacy in this space because we need to connect it with the people before some actions can be attained. But the problem with extractive revenue, as we've known it, has really been summarized by Yakubu Gowon, you know, when Nigeria discovered oil, where he says that, ladies and gentlemen, our problem is no longer money, but how to spend it. Right? And he's been proven right. You know, for all those years in Nigeria where they are struggling how to spend their money. So governance of the extractive sector is a big, big issue in Africa. And Ghana has unfortunately fallen prey to it. I was chatting with my Nigerian friend last week, and he was telling me that he never imagined that Ghana will get to a place where we will overtake Nigeria in certain examples. He said they could never imagine that government will take people money and decide not to give them back, give them haircut. So for the first time, we have overtaken Nigeria on all the bad things that could happen in the world. You know, so we are learning very fast. You know, so, I mean, you look at governance of the sector in many countries. There are examples, very good examples, where you go to Norway, you can track in real time how their funds are performing, right? Everything, you can see by second, everything, how revenues are coming in, whether the stocks are performing well or not. Everything is there, so transparent for citizens to follow and track. And then you go to Nigeria, this is what you see. Right? Pipeline is diverted for 9 years. And oil was pumped out. All that period, siphoned, a lot of, you know, billions of dollars lost. And then look at the disaster, the environmental disaster that is also happening in those countries. So, I mean, Ghana was determined when we discovered oil not to fall into the Nigeria situation. All right, so we passed, as I have discussed with you, you know, in previous slides, the PRMA. We passed local content regulations to ensure that our people are integrated into the process. The Petroleum Commission Act was set up to have an independent, I mean, in quotes, independent regulator to regulate the sector for investment to come in. You know, the EMP Act was also passed, the 919, to reform contracting process so we can attract more investments. And other regulations on metering, on HSC and the rest of it have all been passed. So when it comes to laws, we don't have a problem in this country, in the oil and gas sector. Yes, we don't have problems with laws and writing them. We can even go to parliament, the next day we are back with the law, right? So we have them. Yeah, so I think I've discussed this, that we need to appreciate that the resources are finite, right? So revenues have to be used sustainably, and there has to be a conscious effort to implement the laws and not just passing those laws. And to be able to do that, we need the institutions to be stronger and monitor how these laws are actually implemented. So contract transparency, you know, oh, sorry, it's signed, not sync. So pre-discovery agreements were signed under first come, first served basis. So a company comes, he wants to operate in our shores, you go and see a minister, and then you negotiate what block is available, and then they give you. You know, so hardly was there any transparent arrangement. Even at the time, not many Ghanaians knew Ghana was exploring for oil, because it was always at the ministry level. And that gave so much discretion to the minister to decide who gets the block in those areas. You know, so we advocated for a shift from that when we discovered oil to make awards much more competitive. So we could have open bid for blocks and not who the minister wants to give the block to or who the minister thinks came first to apply for the block. We pushed that for several years because they were not willing. And we saw some of the challenges with going through those processes. I mean, one of the examples that we tracked in 2013 was the AGM block, which ACEP came for. And many of you would not know. The history of that block is very interesting. It's a PhD topic on its own. So that AGM block, which they wanted to value at about $700 million to us, ACEP owned that block in their previous life, and then the MPP that ended in 2008. 2009, when NDC came to power, they cancelled that block, that contract, on local content reasons. And we paid them about $30 million for the work that they had done. They said they had gathered seismic data and the rest of it. So as soon as we cancelled it, then AGM showed up and said they wanted the block. And they were promising all sorts of things. You can look at the fiscal terms that they were giving us. Almost 40% of the ultra deep water block, they were going to carry Exploco for the exploration period on a 25% interest. The promises didn't make sense, but that's what they were giving us. But it turns out that when they were doing all these things, it was just a speculative strategy to hold on to the block. You know, if you check how it shifted back to ACEP, you know that it was the same ACEP guy who was behind AGM, just holding on to the block, waiting for MPP to come back to power. So they promised all those things that could not be delivered, and they got the block. As soon as MPP came to power, then they came back and said, ACEP has bought the block from AGM. And they said, the block is not attractive for investment, so we have to revise the agreement before it can be attractive for drilling to happen. So they passed a law, reversed a lot of the benefit they threw at us, you know, reduced them, zero-rated the 25% that was given to Exploco. And then, while they were doing that, they had the drill ship on site. Parliament passed it quickly for them, and they started drilling. And they made the discovery that turned out not to be commercial, and they relinquished it. But these were the dynamics. So when we saw these things, so we had AGM Ghana owned by AGM in Gibraltar, a tax haven. And then the parties were AGR, Mesonga was a local company owned by Zoomlion, and then Minesco OGG. So they set up all these structures offshore. So it was difficult to even track who the actual beneficiaries were behind, you know, and this is how they do it. In the secret jurisdictions, they set up layers of companies. You have to dig deep before you could get it. We only were able to get this from some of our partners who had worked in Gibraltar, and they gave us some of the data on how the structure looked like. You know, so they've been able to swindle the politicians without them knowing how they were actually delivering it. There was also another situation we had to deal with in 2014 where a company came, Mira Energy. They said they were looking for oil block. Before the ministry knew it, they had signed a letter and were trading it on the stock exchange in Canada, that they had a block in Ghana. But they couldn't have done that on their own. There certainly were people behind them. Right? We asked for investigations, and they only issued a statement, and that was it. Nothing happened since then. Right? So the need for transparency couldn't be underestimated. We needed to have a process that really prevents some of these things. But if you track, you know, some of the contracts, and we're earlier discussing the fiscal terms and what we are getting. I mean, we've moved away significantly from what we were getting from some of the earlier blocks. Additional interest, about 2.5%, 5%, 3%. In the pre-discovery areas, we moved away. Now we have 10%, some 15 and 17% on additional interest. What that means is that after discovery, we can decide to take even more of the field and benefit more from it. So you don't risk capital before discovery. Royalty has also moved up quite significantly, doubled in most cases. Some of the contracts are even giving us 13%, 12.5%. So the fiscal elements have really changed post discovery. But the reality also is that when we saw these changes happening, we were at the same time giving the blocks to smaller companies that could not actually operate the blocks. So these companies have been holding on to the blocks. They failed to deliver on their terms, and nobody's acting. And you ask yourself, why? Why are we not able to act when companies have minimum obligations? It's a contract. We are supposed to sanction them when they don't. In fact, the law even requires, the agreement requires that if you are supposed to spend, for example, $30 million in a year, and you're not able to spend the 30 million, you have to pay the balance to the GMPC. And no company has been sanctioned. And they are holding on to the blocks. We are not adding to our reserves. They are not operating the blocks. Recently, some of them have even left. I mean, they abandoned the fields, and the state has taken over those companies. And even in most cases, the smaller companies were preferred to the known capable companies. I mean, a typical example is the Springfield block. The Springfield block was a relinquished block by Tullow Oil. They relinquished it. They had discoveries on the block, which they thought was not commercial, but because of the relinquishment rules, they relinquished it. And they later wanted to apply for the block, and the government said, no, we won't give you. We want to give it to a local company. Right? And we've been sitting on that block for the past years, now hoping that we can unitize it to make money out of it. And Parliament has been a big part of the failing of the sector as we see it. They are supposed to ratify agreements, but the agreements will never be seen until it goes through Parliament, and sometimes Parliament even impedes access to those contracts. Sometimes they will announce it even in the order paper, but members of the committee will not even see it until somebody wants them to see it. That's how guarded some of the contracts are when they go to the committee. And usually between 1 to 3 days, the contract has gone through Parliament and passed. And we attract all the contracts, and they are treated the same way. I mean, if you're a student of Hansard, you can check all big ticket contracts, and you find that all of them go to Parliament, short period, they are passed. And, Parliament even has its own rules around the speed with which they pass big money contracts, right? But somehow, they're able to evade it themselves. They have Order 81, which says that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed after notice of the motion is given. So what that means is that when a committee works on a contract or agreement, and the committee finishes its report and lays that report in the House, it will not be debated until 48 hours have elapsed. My strict understanding of that provision is that allows my MP, who was not on the committee, at least 48 hours for him to read a report of the committee and familiarize himself with the findings of the report and why the committee supports or rejects the agreement. But you know what happens? They lay it today, and then they suspend the Order 81, and it is passed the same day. So you have 275 parliamentarians, but only 20 people did the work. So the 20 committee members goes to write their own report, lay it in Parliament, they suspend the order, and it is passed. And all the agreements went through the same process. In fact, you can track with all the big ticket contracts. They don't stay in Parliament for any other member to debate it. Once the committee approves it, they sanction it, and then it is passed. And all petroleum agreements have gone through that process of suspending Order 81. So I will be surprised to see Order 81 in their new standing orders. They may do away with it entirely, so it doesn't even have to bother them to suspend it. So that's been a major hurdle in the governance of the extractive sector. I mean, when the ENI POD was being debated, and the key point was about the price of the gas, $9.8 per MMBTU. You know, and we're saying that the price is high. Somebody should explain, why is the price high? All right? And then somebody rises in Parliament and says, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we should urgently approve this project because the patience of the investor is running out. Yeah. So it was about the patience of the investor. And then shortly after all of them approved it, the minority came out to do press conference. Right? So what it actually means is that Parliament couldn't wait for 48 hours because the patience of the investor was running out. So, I mean, just to wrap up, so we advocated and pushed for the new law to actually be passed, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, which was a bill at the time. We're pushing for it to be passed so that we can eliminate some of the challenges that we had. And it delayed for so long because we had other counter-arguments. Even some of us in the civil society space couldn't agree because it was more about the fiscal system and not what the state gets and how it's actually derived. So some were like, oh, the hybrid system works because we have aligned GMPC with it, that operates with the companies to learn and become an operator in the short term. Some were like, oh, go for production sharing. That is what generates revenue. And that argument was pushed as if that is the only way Ghana can benefit from the extraction of the resources. But you look at Ghana's model, it's typically production sharing. To a large extent, it is. Even with royalty embedded in it, the top line, royalty embedded in it. So the discussion moved away from really how much we're getting and how do we get what we want as a state to a fiscal type or rule. So between 2010 all the way to 2016 before the EMP Act was actually passed. And these are some of the things that we encountered when we were pushing for competitive bidding. And one of the MPs, Honorable KTM, said, don't tie the hands of the minister. I will not allow that to happen as the next minister. He was hoping that he would be the next energy minister, so he wouldn't allow us to tie his hands. And he never became the minister until the injury time role they've given him now. You know, so okay. So yeah, so that is really it. We passed the law, we passed regulations, hoping that the law will be operationalized to generate more value for the state. 2018, we did our first beautiful licensing round. 2 blocks were awarded, and we couldn't negotiate the block for 3 years to just award a block. After designing our own terms and asking companies to bid, we still couldn't conclude on negotiation to get those blocks out. And now the minister says every block is available for direct negotiation. So we've gone back to square one before oil discovery. And it's happening. I'm told even Vorten is also going to go through the same process. They're going to divide it and share it to who the minister wants. You know, so benefiting from this resource remains a challenge that we have to keep fighting to ensure that the people become the real beneficiaries of the oil resources. So thank you very much.
Okay, time is far gone for the panel discussion. So I don't know if I can pick just one or two questions, very, very brief one. And then chairman will sit down and they do the panel discussion. So just two questions, okay? Just, you can put all the questions for the... You have a speaker. The mic doesn't work.
A quite brief one. Big one, you were here during the Petroleum Commission presentation in the morning.
Hold on. Ministry, yeah.
Sorry. You were here during the first presentation by the Minister of Energy.
No, I stepped out to talk to Joy.
Okay, no problem. They are still here, so I'm sure if I contradict them, they would. Now, from every indication, if you look at the PIAC report, for some 2 years, we've been able to make some good money, although our production seemed to be dipping. Of course, issues of licensing and other things, there are licensing rounds that we did. It's been very well known to you. Do you think that we stand a chance to make more money from our crude oil production in the coming year with the same attitude and with the fact that we've not been able to add up to what we have at the moment? Thank you. Brief one.
I think that's the only question. Yeah, so... Yeah, I mean, making more money depends on how much investment you are attracting. And the oil business is not a joke. You know, somebody has to sink a well, $50 million plus, not knowing what will result from it. And we always have to appreciate that as a state. The ownership of the resource, I keep saying that, the ownership of the resource is not enough for oil to come out of the ground. It requires investment, it requires taking risk. We are not Saudi Arabia, where they have wells that they can turn on and the oil just come. So to get people taking that risk, we have to be able to open up the space, reduce frustration, and let people reduce time. I mean, you can't go through a bid process and not get a result from it. That's very expensive. To get your lawyers, your engineers to sit and write a bid, you're talking about a million plus to do that. And companies have spent that money, gone through a bid process for a year, paying top geologists, going through data room, analyzing the data, you know, and then it ends in a fiasco. There's no result because we couldn't design it in a way that could actually make it happen. So there is potential to attract investment. And we've seen some of the investors that came in. I mean, Exxon was here, you know, one of the biggest in the world. Why did they leave? You ask the ministry, they tell you, oh, Exxon left because they said the area was too small for them. But they knew it was small before they took it. They knew it was small. But we can't ignore the fact that also they were frustrated in this space. Right? The contract says you are tax exempt. You go to Ministry of Finance and say, go and pay before we reimburse you. And you know Ministry of Finance getting your money. You are not getting it back. You know, and all those kind of frustrations were undermining the contract that we had actually signed with Exxon. It actually started with local content, where they wanted to, I mean, there are documentations on this company that belonged to, not Goyle, the former AGC boss, what is the name? Sam Jones Company, right? GMPCA, Exxon selected Sam Jones Company as the audited company they thought they could work with. Government said, no, you can't work with that company, right? For what reason, nobody knows. So they had to impose Goyle as a compromise because Exxon with FCPA, they wouldn't take any company that was imposed on them because somebody could be jailed for it, you know, when corruption is detected. So Goyle actually came in as a compromise candidate. And these are the realities we have to discuss, where politicians think they can benefit from everything and anything by imposing their own local content partners. So they accepted Goyle, and then they came back to tax. And on record, check how much they did it. They were on time, they spent, they gathered data, they were drilling, and you are frustrating them with tax exemptions. They left your block for you, and they are gone. All right? And when you have such a big entity exiting your shores, it's a major signal to everybody that this is not where you do business. All right? And that's what we keep doing. And if we don't stop that and open up the industry, you're not going to get an investment that you need to be able to produce more oil. You're talking about producing more, getting more revenue even though it's declining. I mean, we have favorable oil price in 2020, right, where it hit over $120 per barrel. So certainly you get more money with that. So that's how come we got more money. If we have oil price coming down to 60, 70, we are not going to get that same revenue that we had.
Okay, so just last question, then we'll be good to go.
Oh, there's a question at the back.
No.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben, for your very comprehensive presentation. You presented on behalf of ACEP on citizens' perspective, and we are all here as citizens. Your presentation really raises a flag on what is happening with the extractive industries in Ghana. So I'm wondering, as we are all gathered here, what will be the way forward to us? Is there an action that we can take as citizens that will help to influence the way the extractive industry is being handled now, before we leave here, or we just leave it as it is?
Wow, that's a challenge thrown at all of us to decide what we do from today. Yeah, I mean, there's the need for action to be taken. I keep saying that we need more people advocating in this space. Writing is not enough. You need to really aggressively advocate. And for us, I think now they have just ignored us. You know, let them say it. But if we have 2, 3, 4, 5 organizations saying at the same time, they will respond. So I think that is what I think can be done. We need the media to be much more active, picking specific areas they can, measure in and track it, engage the public, let the public understand what is happening in this space. And through that, maybe we can reform the sector. Maybe PIAC can also pick up some of these issues, because if the revenues are not coming, where is PIAC? We need revenues to be relevant.
Yeah.
And recently, I mean, we'll be talking about GHEITI on Friday. When the constitution is being subverted, the laws are being subverted, and the monies are being diverted. Before you know it, there is no PHF. And without PHF, there's no PIAC. What are you going to look at? All right. So,
thank you so much.
Dynamics.
Uncle Ben, please take a seat. And let me invite Mr. Samuel Bekwe, Executive Director.
Am I on the
CEDA.
panel?
Yes, and here you're the panel. So he's the moderator for the panel discussion. Please, let's clap for him. No, he's a very nice, dressed very, very politically.
Maybe I look politically, but I'm not. Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you all for staying awake for Ben's session. We have a very last session, and I'm going to do it very quick. So if I can get Mark also on the seat for me, Callistos also on the seat. We have Ministry of, we have NRGI and NDPC online. I really hope, I'm not sure whether they can hear us. Do we have TK online? Dr. TK, are you online? Do we have Dennis online? Okay, so today, what the session has been arranged for is this morning, Mark took us through how do we get oil? How our excrete, feces, dead animals take millions of years to come about to turn into oil and gas. And therefore, one thing Mark said was, once you extract it, it will take another 10 millions and millions of years before you might find oil at the same spot. is exhaustible. And then we had TK taking us through what a vision that NDPC was created for, and that if the oil and gas were integrated in the bigger economy, they may have a role to play when it comes to NDPC. Unfortunately, they may not have had any role to play, and he also demonstrated a figure about the mining and quarrying, including oil and gas, and how the performance of that particular sector has been. And for NDPC, they have always looked out for inclusive growth. Unfortunately, it has almost become like the growth is there to some extent, but it's less inclusive. And then we had Callistus talking to us about some of the updates and the current things that government is doing in terms of the sector, where we have come from, and what government is doing, the recent regulation. And Ben has taken us through a citizen's view of the same thing, the journey so far, and where things stand. This time, I want us to thank our panelists. I know everyone knows their name already, but whenever they get the mic, they can reintroduce themselves if they want to. But the question, and the panel I'm going to moderate, is after today's session, the question is, are we on the right track in trying to maximize the benefit from the oil, gas, and mining from the extractive sector? Are we on the right track? So I'll go first to Callistus. Callistus represents government. Oh, you want me to sit down? I wanted to read this. I'll go to Callistus. Callistus represents the government. The question is, if you look at what Ben have said with regards to where we also started and some challenges we still face despite some successes we've achieved. The question is, does the government or the representative think that we are on the right track to try and maximize, to make the most out of our oil and gas resources? If he knows much about mining, he can talk about mining as well.
Yes, I think Ben's presentation gives us all the information we need. I was enjoying the presentation until the last end he started throwing jabs at the ministry. And I wanted to ask a question, but Riverson didn't allow me to. You said so many things I think are just allegations that cannot be supported with evidence. I will come to the question, but I want to address some of the things Ben raised at the end of his presentation. Regarding the licensing rounds, I think we followed due process. The law is very clear as to how these things should be done. The requirements are there. We followed the law to the letter. Negotiations, that is a human matter. You really cannot control what the other person will say. But most of the things that we put in the bid, the invitation to tender, most of those were not touched. It was the content of the PA itself that was contentious. And to some extent, you can't blame the companies and you can't blame government because we were in unusual times. The global economy had been disturbed by COVID and all those things. And people were looking for opportunities to maximize profit. And so some of the just clauses in the petroleum agreement, people would contest that. You get it? So to some extent, there was that back and forth, but it wasn't because government didn't do something right. Okay, and then we have not... To the best of my knowledge, the minister has not reversed those blocks to a direct negotiation process. There was a memorandum of understanding in place for each of the negotiations. We're having about 4 of them, 2 from the competitive, 2 from direct. We signed an MOU with each contractor as to how the negotiations should go. And once the MOUs elapsed and there was no end in sight, I think it just made sense for the minister to re-strategize. But he has not returned those blocks to the pool for direct negotiations. Maybe that is a decision that is yet to be made. But as we speak, it is not categorically so. I also don't remember the minister saying blocks in the Voltairean Basin will be awarded through direct negotiations. Maybe you know more than I do, but I just want to. So my question is, if you can provide evidence, if you can support your statement with some evidence that this is the situation, then we take it from here, because this is being recorded. People go away with the impression that the minister has done ABC, which may not necessarily be the case. So if you can support that with some evidence, that will be fine. Now to the question. I think we are on track. In my view, we are on track to maximizing the benefits of our oil and gas industry. One, to maximize the profit, the benefits of our oil and gas resources. First of all, we have to be capable of bringing them up. We have to be capable of exploring and producing these resources. And so we need to put in measures that will attract the right people, the right investors to help us extract these resources. And one way is through the legal, regulatory, and fiscal regime. And from Ben's presentation, and that was the part I liked the most, when he said the laws in terms of legislation, we are on point. Implementation, to some extent, is the issue. I agree with him. So in terms of legislation, we're looking at increasing transparency, making our laws more predictable and progressive. Over the years, this is what we have been working on. One, replacing the PNDC Law 84 with the Act 919, making competitive bidding the default process for the award of blocks is a sign of government's attempt to increase transparency in our laws. If you go to the general petroleum regulations, that is the LI 2359, the requirements for the awards of blocks are clearly stated in there. So when companies are applying, they know what they are coming in for. They know the requirements they have to satisfy before they can license a block in the country. The fiscal regimes are also clearly stated. Those ones that have to be negotiated have been clearly indicated in the laws. So in terms of transparency, predictability, and progressiveness of our laws, I think we are on point. And as I mentioned in my presentation, recently we reviewed some of the laws. One is the general regulations to allow companies already in the production stage to carry out exploration in their DPAs without having to sign a new PA. This is because we want to accelerate the exploration and production of our oil and gas resources. We have reviewed one of the fiscal terms in the Model Petroleum Agreement to make that more flexible, knowing that these are hard times and money is not easy to come by because of the transition. A lot of funding institutions are not willing to support E&P projects. So we are trying to make the system more flexible so that we can have a win-win situation. The companies win-win-win. So in terms of the legal and regulatory regimes, I think we are on track. The Commission is also acquiring data because that is one of the fundamental things that can attract companies to any oil and gas industry. There has to be data for the companies to have an idea of the prospectivity of the blocks before they can come in. So we're trying to do that through the Petroleum Commission to provide ample data for oil and gas exploration. Now, we also need to develop local capacity for indigents to be able to participate in the oil and gas exploration process, because that also improves their economic conditions. And the law, the local content law, LI 2204, has made specific provisions. There are certain jobs that must be reserved for indigents, according to the law. And it is also expected that over time, indigents would occupy certain positions, managerial positions, and one of the companies currently has that. The deputy MD of Talo is a Ghanaian. In terms of local content, yes, I wouldn't say we are doing so well. The PC, I guess, would, but I wouldn't say we are doing so well. But it is also not bad in terms of services. Companies that render services to the E&P companies, the local companies are doing so well. Exploration is a different ball game. One, it is capital intensive. A lot of them don't have the money. So even though in the law we've made a provision of at least 5% equity for indigenous Ghanaian companies to participate in E&P activities. A lot of them don't have the money to meet that 5% equity cash calls. But the law also makes it flexible. The minister can review that downwards if there is an indigenous company that is qualified to do the job but doesn't have enough capital. So local...
Now, I mean, if you can conclude.
I should conclude.
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll jump to this. He mentioned it clearly in his presentation. Monitoring. The regulator has to be well-resourced, capable of monitoring every aspect of the business. If not, we'll end up paying huge costs for as petroleum costs when, in fact, the money probably was not spent. Another important thing is there has to be a linkage between upstream and downstream if we must maximize the benefits of our oil and gas industry, such that when we produce our crude oil, we should be able to refine it in country, use the products in petrochemical industries to produce, so that will enable us maximize and retain the value from our hydrocarbon resources. In our case, under the Petroleum Hub, we are looking at constructing 3 refineries, each with a minimum capacity of 300,000 barrels per stream day, and then 5 petrochemical plants. If these come to fruition, we will be, in fact, we are on track, but it is the implementation. The speed at which some of these things are happening is slow, but Rome was not built in a day. So we just have to give ourselves time, and someday we will get there. So I think we are on track.
Okay, thank you, Callistus. So Callistus is from the Ministry of Energy. So you could see that most of his submission is focused on which is the policies, the legislations, and So to him, when it comes to these policies, legislations, we are on track. Even though he also acknowledged that the fact that despite those policies, if you don't implement and you don't have the beneficiation policies or beneficiation project that helps to connect the sector with the wider economy, then you may not be able to maximize. But he said the plans are in place for us to maximize. I will come to Ben, but I wanted Mark to just quickly say something. Or you wanted, okay. Ben wanted to, you respond, and then I'll come to Mark quickly.
Yes, no, I mean, Callistus, what we say, when I say things, our integrity is on the line. So if it didn't happen, I wouldn't say it. I was looking for a video to show you, but it's long. I thought I had cut it. It's the second time I'm being challenged to produce evidence on what the minister said at a public event paid by the state, or at a press conference, where he said every block is available for direct negotiation because of energy transition. All right, even the minister who organized the meeting didn't hear him. I had to produce the evidence. So the evidence is there, I'll give you. All right, so that is the policy direction your minister has taken to go direct negotiation for blocks. And you can see it, even the voting conversation and how they want to split it and do it. Everything shows that that's what they want to do. On the bid, there were timelines. Concluding the bid was part of your timelines, right? And the reason why bids around the world have those specific timelines are because of how expensive bids are, and companies don't usually like being dragged up and down. So you define your schedule of a bid and you stay within that schedule. And we even applauded you for staying on the schedule with our report that we did. We showed that you had complied with the timeline, which was good for Ghana for subsequent bid, only to get to the negotiation. What are you negotiating? You have your own bid. You prepared your own bid and told the companies what you want, the minimum you wanted. All right? So if you had extras that were not in the bid document, then it's a failure on your part. All right? A lot of the fiscal elements were already locked in. A lot of the things were regulated by law. All right? And the PAs were superior to the law. The law was superior to the PAs. So dragging those things, I'm not able to say some of the back-end issues, but we know that that process could have been hastened to allow negotiations to conclude for the companies to take the block. And I dare say that some of the companies that were in there, if you had finished negotiation 2019 as you had intended, those companies, that company would have drilled on schedule because they have the track record of following their schedules on the 2 blocks that they are operating in Ghana, ENI. And they follow strictly on all their programs. It's a company that follows this program. So it really shows that if you had given them at least, within the past 3 years, we would have seen at least 2 or 3 wells drilled. We've missed that opportunity because we had our own bid process that we couldn't satisfy or we couldn't meet. All right? And you talk to the companies, they tell you something different. You talk to the ministry, tell you something different. There was no convergence on what the issues you are discussing with them at the back end were. How couldn't that be discussed? It could have been a policy forum for us to discuss where the naughty points are, because if you are interested in awarding your blocks, because that's your aspiration, you want to add on more oil to your production profile, so you should have the agency to conclude on those things. Right? The companies, they are operating all over the world. They have portfolios all over the world. Have a policy conversation. How do we deal with these matters? Bring experts in the room. How do we deal with these matters that are holding the negotiations? And none of that was done. We just sat back and then we saw a letter saying that we are no longer, if you want, and what is even bizarre than that, you tell the companies that we are ending the bid negotiations. If you want the block, come for direct negotiation. Is that not a letter from the ministry? There's no other evidence we need. You told the companies that we are curtailing the bid process. If you want the same block, come for direct negotiation.
No, I don't remember us saying come for direct negotiations.
Oh, I'll send you the letter.
We give them a process to follow.
Mm-hmm. No, the letter says that if you want the block, you come for direct negotiation. So I appreciate that.
For us not to belabor on the same point, I would say, as Ben said, I think he's already showed the evidence that it was a press conference. Probably he's already pointed the fact that it was a press conference. But these discussions sometimes becomes relevant because for you to sustain the sector, remember that as we speak, there is another threat, which is energy transition and advancement in a shift from fossil-based fuel to renewable. In the next 10 years, trust me, we would have to start buying electric cars because in Europe, there may not be any fuel combustion, or it will be reduced to almost 10% of the total cost. And the transport sector is a big, spender of oil and gas in terms of oil, petroleum. So this is also, there are also threats to the sector as well. And whether we want to fast track the way we are taking out our oil at a faster pace is also important. But let me then give Ben the opportunity to say, to ask him this question as well. My question to Ben is more on, I think you've said a lot. Now, we are not adding production. The little money we've got into, the expenditure of these monies, there are a lot of questions with regards to the expenditure of these monies. The next one is also, are our local companies even being integrated in this particular sector? That one too, we still have some challenges, massive and major challenges. The question is, if you expand, then you also provide opportunity for these local companies to be part of this. So the benefit from oil and gas comes from the direct fiscal, which is the money we are spending, and the non-fiscal, which is wherever it is not direct revenue, but the local companies participating and therefore paying taxes in Ghana as well. Where do you see the sector going now in terms of these two situations, plus that threat of energy transition as well?
Yeah, I think we've missed some steps, we missed opportunities, but it's not too late. We can, recalibrate and see where we pick up from. I mean, on revenue expenditure, we have to be clear that where we are and the trajectory we are going, we're not going to achieve any results. We need to move away from that and be direct and specific on what we want to achieve with our petroleum revenues. For example, if we want to invest in the agriculture sector, let's plan it properly and decide that in the agriculture sector, these are big ticket imports, food that we have to eat and feed ourselves. When we had COVID, right, and we're blaming Russia and Ukraine for not bringing us wheat, some of the food would not take us 3 months to grow them, right? It would not take us 6 months to grow rice or grow maize. And we're crying and blaming them instead of redirecting our effort and see how we can, put boots on the ground and be able to grow our food. Ghana has over 50% arable land. How on earth do we import food from Israel when they grow food in containers on the desert? They come for humus from Africa to go and grow and export food to us. It's an embarrassment. And we have to have that open conversation and see how we move away from that. By investing in our people, we have a lot of people graduating from school that can be integrated into where we want to go. They are there. We paid people money. What do you call it? What is that program called? WACO, or they call it? NAPCO. A lot of them were just being paid for nothing, no output. But they could have been aligned to some of these investments. Who are those coming from the universities that have idea in agriculture and they want to be able to own their own farm and be able to produce food? Give them the capital. Pump. I mean, look at the water lake. It goes into the sea for nothing. It could be pumped back into the north to water the fields for people to just farm. How much would it cost to buy that pump to be able to do that? We couldn't decide that we want to spend maybe $5 million to buy a pump that can send the water back to the north. Even power with solar panels and be able to. It's not expensive for us to do, except that we are not strategic in our thinking. Right? It's just the soft decisions. Oh, let's give this money to this one, let him go and share it the way he wants. And then they design one village, one dam, and then go and spread, the money. You can't generate any output from it. We need to be strategic in the way we do things. I mean, in Nkrumah's time, the Accra plains were to be irrigated, and a lot of farms were happening there. You go to some of the rice fields, they're so beautiful. All we need is to be able to pump the water. Even if you want to spend $20 million to pump the water free for people to be able to grow food, nobody will contest government for doing that. Right? We need to take strategic decisions that changes the dynamics in our favor, rather than just always watching it and then having the laws, recycling it every year, we're reporting the wrongs, and nothing really gets done. On the local content thing, I mean, I actually call it local fronting rather than local content. So now companies show up, they are Ghanaians, and they are fronting for a foreign partner, and they are the ones deciding and making the money. And it's not as if we don't know. You go to Bank of Ghana, they see the transfers. They see all the money going into foreign accounts. But nobody cares. We just care about the law. And there's no capacity being developed because people are just showing their face and taking the opportunities for other foreign partners. And that's how we've been doing it. We cannot develop with that kind of approach. When we wanted to build capacity, look at how much GMPC has spent on scholarships. It could have built universities in Ghana. Technical, top-notch universities that can train people, capacitate them to be able to deliver value for our industry. We spent money sending people abroad. Some of them didn't come back. Those who came, they don't even know what to do in the industry. Some of them were not even interested in oil. But because the uncle wanted them to go and do oil and gas, they send them out and they are back. They are not interested in oil. And that's how we've been spending our money.
They are not even getting jobs. All right, thank you, Ben. So we need to be strategic in our thinking, which was also anticipated when it comes to how we spend our oil revenue. Mark, you work with PIAC. You've gone to the field many, many times. You understand the dynamics in terms of how monies that are intended to be spent are useful. The question is, what do you think we should do differently?
Yeah, thank you, Sammy.
I'm just trying to answer Prof's way forward question.
From the revenue management and utilization perspective, what I use to measure whether we are doing well or not is the guiding principle stated in the PRMA of how ABFA should be utilized. It's clear that every CD taken from the ABFA should lead to the maximization of economic development. give even and balanced regions development to the regions and provide economic opportunity to all Ghanaians. This is how I measure how petroleum revenue has been utilized and managed over the period. One will have expected that being revenue from a finite resource, we will have actually used the revenue to modernize the economy, restructure it, and then diversify the economy to have different growth pillars, as Ben was talking about. So you take the health sector, okay, you pump in petroleum revenue, and modernize it for it to become a growth pillar. You take agric, you pump in enough petroleum revenue, modernize it to become a growth pillar. You take industry, you do the same thing to it. So you don't rely on petroleum revenue to finance a chunk of your, provide financing for your free SHS, a chunk of it going into the free SHS. You will have different type of revenue from different sectors of the economy because you've made them growth pillars. That is one way of doing it. But here is the case. You take petroleum revenue, select 4 priority areas, and under the 4 priority areas, you select about 1,000 of projects within a year and spend about 300 million Ghana cedis of ABFA on. By thinly spreading this amount, you won't see the needed impact that you want petroleum revenue to have. And it's evident when you go to the field, where we use petroleum revenue to do tiling of a building, to do painting of a building, furniture, fix windows. That is not how you use revenue from a finite resource. You use it to grow your economy by targeted investment into growth, to provide growth pillars. That is how you invest your petroleum revenue. Typical example can be made of UAE whenever we are talking of this thing. What currently we are witnessing is higher foreign exchange earning has moved from the petroleum sector to the tourism sector because they deliberately targeted the tourism sector with petroleum revenue, and that is what they are witnessing now. So at least they have 2 growth pillars as a country. So that is what we have to do, deliberately targeting some kind of projects that will bring growth, real economic growth to the country. That is the only way we can have maximum benefit from petroleum revenue investment.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to throw questions. We have about 25 minutes for questions. So if my supporter, Mr. Defo has already asked, hands is up. We have, okay. Tony Obin. We have Harris, is it Harrison? And then Dr. Obin is at the back, and another PIAC member. Oh, where is Riverson? The mic. I want someone to help me with the mic, yes. Okay, let me see if this is better. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sami. From where I sit, I think that the law itself has created opportunity for what I'll say is application of the petroleum revenue. Why do I say so? The annual budget funding amount is a component of the petroleum revenue that goes into the projects that we undertake. 70% should go into the fiscals and then 30% into services. But then again, the same law says that by nomenclature, the ABFA goes to support the national budget. So if you look at the application of the ABFA, government projects tax revenue, then projects oil revenue based on the benchmarks, pricing and production, and then adds it to the tax revenue, and then decides on which projects it will do in the course of the year. It doesn't segregate the oil projects and then utilize the resources or the revenue specifically to those projects for specific reasons as Mark was saying, he has benchmarks he uses to gauge based on the growth pillars or growth plans. But that is not how government uses the money. And you find that the way government uses it is not necessarily an infraction of the law, but it doesn't meet the aspirations of the people. Because if I award contracts under my national budget, and then I get petroleum revenue, which is supposed to support my budget, and I use it to pay for some of those contracts, where have I infringed the law? So I think we need to go back to the law. It's time that some amendment or revision of the law must be made. But I think that the powers that be also realize that once that happens, then they lose the kind of leverage they have to do what they want to do, to fulfill manifesto promises and so on and so forth. So they are feet dragging. We need to advocate more for some of these things to be worked on, because I don't think that the noise we are making will move any government, because they get free money to do what they want to do. How many projects have we seen advertised with funding coming from petroleum revenue? But you realize that empirically, GMPC Foundation, MTN Foundation, they are building the same kinds of projects that GOG is building, but at half the price. Why? Because the funding is available, is direct, they pay. So contractors cut their margins to the barest minimums, because they know that as soon as they finish the project and they hand in the IPC, within 14 days, maximum 30 days, you are paid. GOG is another matter. Oil-funded projects keep going on for as long as 4 years. When every quarter there's revenue, every quarter there's revenue, why should that be the case? So we need to go back, that is my suggestion, look at the law and make sure that we align the objectives, that the things we intend to achieve must be properly aligned.
Thank you, Mr. Defo. I'll take Harrison's question, but just before that, Mr. Defo mentioned that the law and the budget, I quite remember when the law was being made, there was a deliberate attempt to make sure oil revenue goes through the budget. Otherwise, if you segregate it, and the accountability of such monies, because they were huge monies, becomes a problem. Once it's in the national budget has a lot of, let me say, requirements, and Parliament has to pass it and all that. If you segregate it like, let's say, a GMPC Foundation style, or you create something like a whole ABFA secretariat, it becomes like another unit that is trying to, it's the same as IPEP is doing now. So IPEP is doing dam, Agric Ministry dam unit is also doing dam, and they are not even collaborating. So that is the reason why we wanted ABFA. It does not stop government if they want to utilize ABFA effectively. And the good thing is they've segregated in the budget. In the budget there is clear ABFA, how much you, the ministry, you are going to get from ABFA. We believe that there should rather be a concerted effort to discuss which peers can push for it. ABFA project before the budget is passed. And then lock it in and say, these are the projects you, yourself as a ministry, have selected that you want to use ABFA. And we have checked it against these criteria. It can be completed in 2 years. The benefit is this. The beneficiaries have been determined. And this is its impact. When you build such a market, this is the impact it's going to give. And then you are going to allocate money in the next 2 or 3 years to make sure the project is finished. And such a ministry, if there is something like that, you don't need a law to force that. But you may want to advocate for that as well. But I also agree with you. If we can put it in the law, that would be great. Harrison, your turn, and then we can go to Dr. Obi.
The understanding I got from him, I just wanted to find out from him if he thinks that the CSOs and other organizations are doing strong advocacy. The reason for my question, and that also hinges on the fact that I think that the parliamentarians we have, do they really also understand what we are talking about? Or they are just seated there? Why do I say this? If you look at the energy and force with which these LGBTQI+, let me place on record that I'm not one, and so that it is not misconstrued. But the fact is, if you look at the level of energy they put into this, and if you look at how much money in our discussion today we are saying is going down the drain, and the level of energy they are putting to that, do they really understand what it is? I have been to Parliament a couple of times, and when you look at the questions they ask, you're asking yourself if these are MPs. So I want to ask, if they don't understand, what really does the CUSO think that can be done to assist them to understand what they must be discussing in these matters? Then also, when you raise the issue about GMPC, the scholarships they give, it can build universities. I want to ask if you have taken keen interest in looking at the GNPC's professorial chair issued $1 million in the 4 universities, UMAT, UCC, KNUST, and which one is the last one? University of Ghana. And whether you think that it can fit that purpose as well. Thank you.
Okay, we'll give Ben some few minutes to answer, and then we come to Dr. Obin.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all of us don't have every knowledge at every particular point in time. This one was better. Yes, we will never have every knowledge we need to survive at every particular time. We need to search for it. You can't hear us.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Right. So you need to search for it. Even in our case, there are a lot of times we are engaging engineers, we are engaging geophysicists to get an understanding of what we want to say before we say them. All right. And Parliament can do the same. If you don't understand something, you exhaust opportunities around to be able to understand those things. So you are not taking decisions that may not benefit the people ultimately. And unfortunately, that's what has been happening over the period. But how, some of these coincidences happen where every high-value contract enjoys the suspension of Order 81, I can't reduce that to lack of information or lack of knowledge. I don't think all the parliamentarians can just, reduce themselves to that level where, they say they don't know, so they're passing it. I think we have to push them to be able to serve us better. And that is where maybe all of us have to do better on advocating and calling for the right things to be done. I think I lost the other strand of the conversation. The scholarships. I think, yeah, I don't know what they wanted to achieve. I haven't seen a document that details out. In Ghana, we are so used to somebody just deciding to do something where there's no blueprint on what you want to achieve. And even that I've heard somebody saying that in some universities they've been able to build a whole unit with the 1 million that they got. And some universities, it just went into salaries and other things and they finished it. So it tells you that there were no clear guidelines on what they do and what you want to achieve. Because you are, developing a program that will be run in various schools. You have to be standardized so that you can track how you deliver value with that kind of program. But like I was saying, if you have discovered oil and you want to build local capacity, there has to be an assessment of how much capacity you even need. It's not necessarily getting every university to be producing geophysicists or oil and gas managers. You have to be able to define how many people are even required in the industry so that you're not building capacity that will not be utilized. Right? And it was like a wholesale
scholarships around. Ministry of Energy will give scholarship. Ministry of Education will give scholarship. Scholarship Secretariat also exists, giving its own scholarship. A lot of people were getting trained in oil and gas. Meanwhile, we had one field, right? And they come out, they don't have jobs, and it's a problem. So I think planning and getting things done properly is really a problem we have to confront and look at. Look, your point about the revenues and strategy, I mean, every law has its own spirit behind it. If you were a minister today, and perhaps at the time we were discussing Petroleum Revenue Management Law, you were not there. There are documents you can read on the discussions that happened. The reports in Parliament, what each provision meant. You can get those documents to understand the spirit behind specific provisions. I think the law as it is not deficient in ensuring that we can actually diversify the economy with petroleum revenues. And that is really the spirit of the law, so that you can prioritize, with that scarcity, because you don't have enough to put the money everywhere. But you can prioritize that in the next medium term, I want to see this change in the agriculture sector. I want to see this change in the education sector. So when the money is going there, you have a specific target of what you want to achieve. And those were the conversations that we had prior to the passage of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. It cannot be lost on us that we are just throwing the money and treating it as a normal part of the total budget and not seeking to achieve any significant result with it. And as I indicated, if you purpose that between 3 years there will be no importation of onions, you'll be able to define how much money needs to go into it, how much irrigation infrastructure you need to put in place, and then be able to push that investment to be able to address that. If you want to stop the importation of tomatoes, you need to know how much money you need to do that, and where specifically are you going to be able to invest to be able to deliver that kind of value. And this is what is lacking always in the budget, because you just define the sectors. Sometimes even the Agriculture Ministry doesn't know that they are the ones going to receive the money, but they have been prioritized. So you bring your list, and then they give you the money, and you go. And that's what we have been doing over the years. We used to have campaigns for our agri sector to be prioritized. We used to have campaigns for education sector to be prioritized. Have conversations with the Ministry of Finance. But there is no costing that actually prioritizes the specific. If it's education, where in education? That's broad. If it's agric, where in agriculture? It's broad. If it is health, where in health are you going to put the money? In a country where we still send blood samples to South Africa to go and test, and those equipments are not multi-million-dollar equipments, something is wrong somewhere. We don't know what to do specifically to address some of our developmental needs.
I'll take Dr. Obin.
Sam, please can I clarify something before Dr. Obin comes in? With the GMPC professorial chair.
Dr. Obin, somebody is stepping in your bypassing. Okay. Yes.
Okay. With the question Harrison asked, I don't know if Dr. Boachi was talking about the GMPC local scholarship or the professorial chair. As far as I'm concerned, I know that the professorial chair, there was a vision, clear-cut vision. And I know that it got to a point, people were just coming to GMPC, we want to study outside, acquire degrees in this oil, petroleum. So it was decided that, okay, instead of giving people, or instead of taking people outside, why don't we build the capacity of the indigenous universities here, equip them with whatever they need, so that they can also train them to become trainer of trainees. So that was the idea. So it was agreed that, okay, let's give each university $1 million, but it will be spread over 4 years. So it will be used, and the selected universities had what they specialized in. For instance, UMAT. DS is not petroleum. They are into mining. So the money that was given to them, they are building their capacity in mining, not petroleum. So I think the answer he gave, I'm not sure whether it's for the professorial chair or it was for the general GMPC scholarship that we but for the professorial chair, we have a clear-cut agenda for that particular money.
Okay, I think he was talking about the fact that what was the aim
You have to detail that out. I was there when it was announced right here, in the officers' base. That was where KK Sapon announced that for the first time, when he was delivering a speech at the launch of the OCTP Phase 1. That was where he announced that program. And he said the same thing. But what I'm saying is that beyond that, what is the standard for every university to comply with? All right? So that we are not talking about how some of the chairs have abused the money. That's a conversation. All right? And that was the point. So if you have a document, you can share. But that's the blueprint I'm talking about. What do you want to achieve? You want to build capacity in those schools. What specific, benchmarks are you targeting? Because schools may not even be the same. All right. So what exactly are you doing in University A? What exactly are you doing in University B? So that we know, it's a blueprint. So one leader even hesitant, there's a blueprint that can be followed for you to achieve what you want to.
Can I move on, please, with Dr. Obin? And then I think there was one. Okay, there is one more question at the back, and then we come to PIAC members here.
Oil and gas studies, but rather people with a spread of specialization that can work in the petroleum sector. So if you're going to do journalism, I'm just for want of any subject, you are going to have to tilt towards petroleum journalism. If you are petroleum reporting or something, if you're going to do accounting, then you would be considered much more, if your accounting would tilt towards petroleum accounting or something like that. So that was the initial intent. In fact, at that point, the responsibility was given to the British Council, and we were trying to avoid opening it up so that it becomes ministers and other government officials' right. So I think initially there was some positive intent around it, but I agree that really in Ghana we don't plan about what we want, our expectations, what we need to get that expectation fulfilled, and so that challenge is there. But finally, I wonder when they say I'm going to study oil and gas, what it means. Because I used to be confronted with that. In fact, I've spoken about it openly, that, I'm going to study oil and gas. What is it about? It's a rhetorical question, but I have been struggling to understand what the study of oil and gas. Is it oil and gas law? Is it oil and gas economics? Is it oil and gas engineering or something? So I think that needs to be clarified. But finally, I believe that the NGOs, the civil society organizations must work together on this issue, because really at this citizenship review of things is very low, and that make government get away with a lot of things, because once the government start talking, everybody is quiet. One NGO would talk 1-2 times, and that's it. Like you rightly said, that's it. Nobody cares about it again. So I think we should strengthen the citizens' voice so that it will be stronger and people will fear it. Because this, as things are, nobody is afraid of the broad citizenry. Nobody cares about what they say. So basically, this is just my comment. Nothing in question. Of course, if you find a question in it, you can answer also.
Okay. We will come back here to PIAC TUC member right here. Oh, okay. Let's take yours and then come here.
Okay.
I think I want to make a contribution to what Ben said about we not being strategic about certain things, and what the professor also said regarding the annual budget funding support from the. We from the Ghana Audit Service have audited development, agencies funded projects like the KFW funds, which were later integrated into the District Assembly's Common Fund. I'm just trying to make a comparison so that we will know that, some of the things that we are doing as a country, it's just deliberate. Not that, we are not strategic, we don't know what to do. It's just being deliberate, just to find a way of spending the money without us getting any value for whatever that we do. The KFW funding were still going through the district assemblies. And what they were doing was that before you are able to access that funding, they take you through something that they call the D part or something. So when you qualify, you outline projects that you want to be doing when you receive that money and send to the secretariat. And per our audit, you find out that when you get to the district assembly, the projects that are being funded by the old district assemblies common fund, like the professor said, can keep like 4 years, cost overruns, and then the state of the construction itself, were not appealing. But then when you come to the KFW, where the development partners were on them, they have put measures in place to ensure that you come for it for A, and they ensure that you deliver A. Other than that, the next time when you come, you are not going to get funding for it. Those projects were, though we had issues with the quality of construction and other things, but in terms of the timeliness of delivery, were very, very fast, because all of them were eager to complete and then to assess the next, funding this thing. So why can't we do the same thing for this petroleum, this annual budget funding support? And then we deliberately decide to just lump them together with the revenues from GRA and then do whatever that we want to do with it for all these years, and we are still not able to pinpoint that we are doing this at the district with this one, we have done this with this one. So from the auditing point of view, we have audited those projects and these government projects, and you realize that it is just deliberate, Mr. Wachi.
Okay.
It is just deliberate. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's come to the TUC member on PIAC.
On local content, I have been going through the LI, and I want to ask, is there a mechanism? I don't know if you have a mechanism unit.
But did you find a channel, whatever, channel partnership?
Channel partnership. I just looked at the LI.
Oh, the old one, okay.
Yeah. And I didn't see, I haven't looked at that, but I wanted to know if there's a mechanism to, for due diligence. Because I remember it's come up in terms of fronting of ownership and what have you. How do we establish the true ownership of these companies and whether or not they are employing the people that they have to employ? And also on the way forward, I think that we need to be deliberate to have a more strategic alliance. We started even before PIAC and all the other SOS came in, but along the way it's gone down. So maybe we have to be strategic to bite harder. Thank you.
Let me take Reverend and then come to Ike. Reverend is here.
All right. All right. So thank you very much to the panelists and Sami for the good job. I wanted to add to some of the discussions that my other colleagues have mentioned as it relates to the need for us to look at the law. Okay, if you look at the PRMA currently, you will see that there's a lot of lacuna in the law, and that is exactly what people are taking advantage of. Once there is a gap, then you create opportunities for people to exploit that gap. So I have studied over the years that we normally use the media to send our concern to the citizenry. It works up to a point, What we need to do is to put in some of these laws, review the PRMA, ensure that, for example, PIAC is empowered to take certain steps. Writing the reports, putting it out there, they read it, they tell themselves after a month or two, all the noise will die out, and that's it. And so you see it's going on and on. But if they know that, look, we have these powers that you can even prosecute and all of that, or take very strong, actions, then everyone will be careful. I've been asking myself, anytime we are reporting on the various players, stakeholders and all of that, do we even carry out special audits? Okay, so whatever figures are coming, we take them, we report them, and that is it. There is, and I always tell people, once you are not monitoring, then you are not managing. Okay, we should have a situation where, we can go in there, carry out, value for money audit, work with the Ghana Audit Service, work with the IOCO, have a partnership, a very strong force, then we are going to be taken seriously. But this writing, and then this one will say, no, and some money is missing. This one says, no, it's not missing. And they say, okay, let's give it 1 week. Then it dies down, and then we keep going on and on. It will not help us. So we really need to look at the law. We need to look at the PRMA. We've been using it for about 10 years plus, and it's time that we look at it and see where the loopholes are and see how we can block it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take Ike for the last one, and then we can conclude. If you can get the mic to the coordinator, peer coordinator.
Right, thank you. Thank you for the insightful presentations. I'm wondering whether there's still any engagement between CSOs and government. Because sometimes you ask yourself that how come at the CSO side, the solutions seem to be low-hanging fruits, but on government side, they seem to be like rocket science. It's like day and night. And you wonder whether the two groups are not living in the same country, confronted with the same problems. So I'm asking myself, the engagement that took place from 2009 through till the passage of the PRMA, and then following on, where did they get lost, and how do we rediscover this engagement to be able to bring some of these issues to government if it's lost on them and somehow they are bereft of the true understanding of issues to enable them confront some of these things head on? Then the other question I wanted to put to Mr. Nero was, in his presentation, he said government was, I think he used the expression pipeline in reference to building a second gas processing plant. And, as he raised that point, I felt bad about the opportunity we lost with the Jubilee gas that we lost, and now the period is over. How close is the project from coming out of the pipeline to delivery? Because now we have to buy gas. We have to pay for it. It's no longer coming for free as it used to be, and its potential impact on electricity, power generated. Then finally, the issue of the Ministry of Finance just allocating the ABFA to implementing ministries and agencies without them understanding some of these issues we are discussing. So 300 million cedis given to Ministry of Roads. And then they decide that to bring this project back up and for it not to be lost, we can allocate 1 cedi to it so that it's in the works. How do we get them to also understand? And I think it was good the project the gas implemented about the KFW project came up. Can we not have any such arrangement such that ministries, departments, and agencies of government, even though they will implement projects of government, will apply for ABFA to fund these projects? So it's not as though they won't access the funds, but before you do, you meet certain criteria, bring the project, the period over which is to be executed, and all that has been put into cost, so that when you apply and you are giving the funds, you do not have the discretion to allocate 2 cedis to this project, 3 to this, to pay for outstanding bills on projects that are already there. That over a period, we will be able to say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects have been implemented to completion. We can count them in as projects that are fully benefited from ABFA and can be so branded.
Thank you. So we have, I want Callistus to answer 2 questions. One on the yellow mic. One on the question that, due diligence of local companies. And maybe one on Ike's last question that he asked. Yes.
As for Ike's question on the gas master plan, I will leave it for Dr. Opong. I think he'll be making a presentation tomorrow, so he is with Ghana Gas. He will be able to. Now, regarding the beneficial ownership, the Registrar General's Department, to the best of my knowledge, registers every company in the country. And so when we receive applications and we want to verify whether the ownership details in the application are actually what, or is the true reflection of. So we go to the Registrar General's Department. If it is a foreign company, I mean, it would be, the best practice would be to liaise with the authorities in their respective countries. I mean, authorities in terms of, say, the Registrar General's Department equivalent in their countries. I mean, government can liaise with them to confirm that the information they've provided is true. About recruitment, whether the right people are employed or not. The Petroleum Commission has this process in place, the localization department. I mean, they have a database of unemployed graduates, for instance. So if the oil companies are to recruit, there's that system in place for them to make the commission aware of the opportunities available. And then the commission will supply them names of people who qualify to occupy those roles. And the commission will sit on the interview panels to be sure that the right people are given the jobs. With expatriates who come in, you know, the oil companies cannot bring in expatriates without the commission's knowledge, because they will have to obtain work permits and all that. So they arrange with the commission, and the commission will verify whether the people they are bringing in are, I mean, the roles they are coming to occupy are roles that Ghanaians cannot occupy. Once that is ascertained, then they can facilitate the process for the expatriates to come in. But if there are roles that Ghanaians can occupy, the commission will not let that happen. Thank you.
All right, so we are taking the very last, Prof. and Aki. That's the last, because time is fast spent. We are closing. Yes, Aki. Yes, it's working.
So mine is not a question.
Yeah, you can do the contribution.
Respond. I think as a country, we have a, from each of us perspective, a big problem don't know how we can fix it. But for every time.
Amplify from the back. They're all too low.
For every time that you draw a budget, you have to take cognizance of a particular MDA and the fact that they have actually, how do I put it, they've logged you in the sense that they have committed. So you have to factor in that there's a commitment basis for which you have to allocate money. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
so
the commitment,
yeah, exactly. So for every time you have
You've
to
already signed contracts.
It's already signed some contracts 10 years for some project, maybe some building. So already you have to have at the back of mind that you are dealing with commitment issues. You understand? So the way that we do it, governance is very tricky. It's not very straightforward like that. And actually, from my unit, we try to propose that we would have some sort of like a compact with the MDAs that will give you 1,000 cities. At the end of the day, we want 10 bags of maize, that kind of thing, that kind of arrangement. But you can't do that in practice because the MDAs say that you cannot micromanage them. You cannot micromanage and tell them what they should know. So they will drop a budget and then you just give them a ceiling. It tells you what they want to do. And you just, and mind you, the budget, I don't know what that TK is on the line. The budget is teased from the overall SDG, and then it's aligned with the medium term.
Program based.
Exactly. So you cannot tell the MD that no, because I want to grow by 3%. So you focus. No, you can't do that. So I think maybe we need to, as a country, we need to have a conversation around these kind of things. It's not as simple as it looks. It's a little bit more complex than it looks. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Prof.
No, because I represent civil society on PIAC, I felt I should respond to Mr. Jomna. Well, he's wondering whether there's dialogue. Yes, there's dialogue at different levels. The only problem is that sometimes you have people in civil society who see things from this perspective. When they now come into government, they see things from the opposite perspective. I'm not going to mention any names, etc. You see, so what is happening is that it's like you can have your say, but people may have their way. 3 weeks ago, I was in a meeting at the Ministry of Lands, Forestry, Mines. Okay, and some of these things came, and I'll use one example. You know the APIAC, whatever.
Yeah, the fund.
1 year after, the explosion. 1 year after. The commission of inquiry or whatever that was set up, the report is not a public document. That is one. Now, two, the question is, who is even culpable? Now, when we went, the ministry said, well, we are responsible for this and that, but this one is a criminality matter. The Ghana Police Service is investigating, so until they come up to their report, we as the ministry cannot do anything. So then I asked myself, the minister is a cabinet member, I'm sure. He's a cabinet member. A cabinet minister of interior sits at the cabinet. The Ghana Police Service reports to the Ministry of Interior. Is that not it? Now, if the ministry cannot even compel, or I don't know the word to use, but if the ministry itself cannot ensure that 1 year after this has happened, the police has come out with their report. Now they say, oh, it's a criminal matter. So then you ask yourself, as a civil society organization, okay, if a whole ministry, cabinet ministry that sits with the president chairing the meeting with the Minister of Interior there cannot impress upon the police to bring some of these things out so we can act. You ask yourself, a civil society organization, what can you do? You see, so it's strange. We have also had meetings. We had a meeting at the Ministry of Finance, where a colleague who was here now is there, and you ask yourself, it's like when you change positions, the spectacles you are wearing changes, so you see things differently. So it's not as if civil society has gone to sleep. There are engagements, but the problem is that it is difficult. It's not impossible, but it is difficult, and you can only make progress a little at a time. In fact, that's a fact.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Let's have a round of applause for the panelists. They've done a very, very good job. And a round of applause for yourself. Sitting through from morning to this time, it's something that we just have to say a big thank you to you. Is Christina, are you coming or are we ending? Is there any housekeeping issues? Okay.
Thank you very much, all the speakers and presenters for today, for coming. All right, so airport pickup and drop off for those leaving. Please see Adlai, the guy in the shirt, blue shirt. Adlai, please wave. Yes, right. All right, that's good. Okay, so for the rest of us, we are here till the end of the week. So some feedback that the seating arrangement was a bit uncomfortable because of the tables. So we have another option to go with the classroom one. Do we prefer that? The one is rectangular tables and we are all facing forward. Or we can make the chair is not comfortable. Okay. We are just starting. Today is day one. So if there's any feedback, it's best you give to the rest of the day. Yeah. First is the chairs, yes. That is well noted.